Good morning and welcome back. I hope everybody had a great weekend. We'll call to order we'll continue the meeting from Friday, September 20th, 2024. We'll call the session back into order from the recess that we were on. I don't think we need to do the usual opening things. We'll just start with the meeting. And I believe Dr. Johnston has a statement that she would like to make. Public service announcement? Yes.
You're on.
Sheet number one.
First, I'd like to make a public service announcement. It's for voters that have moved. Many people move and change address every year. There are laws for voters that have moved. If you moved within the same county, you need to make a change of address, but do not need to re-register to vote. If you move to another county, you must register to vote in the new county, and you need to cancel your voter registration in your old county. If you move to another state, you must register to vote in the other state, and cancel your voter registration in the old state. Please, 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 make sure you are re-registered to vote in the right place. Make sure you're registered to vote in the right place. Make sure you're registered to vote in one place, and vote in the county where you live. If you have moved to another county or state more than 30 days ago, you may not go back to your old county and vote. That is illegal. Call your county election office today if you need help with re-registering to vote or registering to vote, changing an address, or canceling an old registration. The last day for voter registration is October 7th. Let's all work to do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. We are going to have one couple of changes to the agenda. Number one, I neglected to add Mrs. Grubb's petition right after lunch, as was requested by Dr. Johnson. So we'll hear Ms. Grubb's first. And we will also, this board will hear a petition today from Marilyn Marks that has previously been heard by this board, and she's requested that this board hear that today. So without dissent, this board will hear the Marilyn Marks petition at some point today.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Chair, I do have a statement to make also.
Okay.
Let me... All right, Mr. Chair and board and members that are here, I would like to make a statement. There appears to be an irrational and widespread panic of Democrats and Republicans and all the people of Georgia that have been led to believe that the adopted paper count rule and other adopted rules might be the basis to not certify the election. Nothing could be further from the truth. Please let me reassure every Democrat and member of any other party and the citizens of Georgia that these rules will help to prevent a last-minute surprise of questioning the results about the count or audit or recount. These rules ensure chain of custody on election night so that there are no missing ballots. The precinct election night ballot count, the count of the pieces of paper, will be done in public, and there need not be a delay to tabulate because the memory cards, which are used to tabulate, and the scanner tapes that record the number of ballots cast and the votes counted can be immediately delivered to the main election office if the supervisor wants. These rules are standard operating procedure in all precincts where paper ballots are counted and are followed in many states. The courts reimposed paper ballots on the state of Georgia after many years of using a completely electronic Diebold system. The press wins the prize for misinformation this weekend with false reports that the new rule requires counting the votes rather than counting the paper, to, quote, breaking open the ballot box as if it were never done, to claiming that the SEB certifies the election, to hysterically and wrongfully assuming that it would take months to count the votes. Oddly, the narrative appears coordinated, and depending upon the outfit that is writing, the so-called news is delivered as a scary fairy tale, or perhaps an end-of-the-world apocalypse tale. Really? Really? Everyone should take a deep breath and calm down. All because of attention to the mundane, unexciting chain of custody processes, reconciling of number processes, review of documents, procedure, posting of information requirements, storage of election materials, and production of data documents. Really? Many articles and reports indicated a limited understanding of the election process. We don't have an agenda, but the media does. They make money by creating a news story where none exists and promoting division. And opponents use this division for fundraising. Very concerning is the board member in the minority vote that was on national TV claiming it is too close to an election to adopt rules in which the board member did 3 years ago without question or hesitation. Extreme delays, chaos, confusion, blame any election conduct on the rules of the state election board? Really? Let's be clear. No one can blame a hack into AT&T or Jarvis or no-ink poll pads on the state election board rulemaking. No one can blame Dominion scanner malfunction or missing ballots or double scanning of ballots on rulemaking by the state election board. No one can claim that the state election board rules caused ballot images to be incorrectly counted. Remember, the Senate committee chaired by Senator Ligon found that the 2020 election was chaotic and the results could not be trusted. We are trying to avoid chaos. But it sells newspapers and it raises money. Maybe there are sabotage plans to disrupt the election, but let me assure everyone here, everyone listening, everyone watching, it is not the state election board. The counties and the Secretary of State are responsible for the conduct of elections, and I am sure they will do what it takes to conduct a fair, orderly, uniform, and honest election. Thank you.
Come on, guys. We're not going to start that this early. We all need to respect each other's opinions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Of course, I think you might have been named in there. It wasn't me because I wasn't here 3 years ago. So.
Yes, I want to clarify that rules that are passed in odd years. There are no statewide or federal elections conducted in odd years. The rules that were passed in 2021 did not apply to the elections in 2021 because those were simply municipal elections. So to suggest that that would undermine my suggestion and the statement from the Secretary of State statement from Republican and Democratic leaders, statements from election supervisors, statements from unanimous resolutions from bipartisan election superintendents that it's too late to pass rules that change the way elections are conducted is extremely disingenuous and frankly suggests a misunderstanding of how election laws apply in Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, can I add something, please?
Sure.
While we're addressing misinformation and misleading statements, you were on MSNBC with Rachel Maddow, and you made the assumption that there were members of this board, me included, the majority is what you said, that we have some agenda that we may be working against or working for. Can you please explain to all of us what that agenda is?
I think it's
No, this is a valid question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
I think it's inappropriate for
Mr.
us
Chairman,
to put each other on trial.
Mr. Chairman, no one's putting anyone on trial. Your reaction is way more than necessary. It's a very simple question. We can't have this discussion outside of the public, so we're going to do it right here. I want to know, what is the agenda you are alluding to?
I would love to know that myself.
Well, you said it. You said it as if you knew what it was, so I want to know, where did that come from?
Well, when literally the only rules that we are reviewing have been promulgated by people who are on the record denying the results of the 2020 election, we have not been able to work in a deliberative fashion. This board has never seriously considered a petition for rulemaking that has come from outside until 2 months ago.
I'm sorry.
This is not the process that we have used for decades to promulgate rules.
And all of this leads to a conspiracy?
All of
You
this
know, you're creating a conspiracy based off an assumption. You just listed assumption. You said things that you have noticed and observed, and you're taking that and you're placing it on us as fact. You are attacking our integrity, our reputations, and you're alluding to the fact that we are doing something that is somehow dishonest simply because you disagree.
I am expressing concern about the fact that this board is acting in a way that the Attorney General has stated is unlawful.
Well, I'm concerned about the fact that you are going on national TV and making an assumption that we are working on some agenda that's been contrived from the media, because I haven't spoken to the Trump campaign. I have nothing to do with the Trump campaign. I've made it very clear where I stand on that issue. You could have asked me directly, but instead, you decide to mischaracterize our integrity and our reputations on national TV, and you think that's somehow beneficial?
All I can do is judge the actions that this board has undertaken.
I would love it if you would speak on facts going forward. I'm done, Mr. Chairman.
Let me just say that I feel it's highly inappropriate for this board to have these kind of conversations in the public like that.
When should we have them?
That's just my opinion that I feel it's highly appropriate to have these kind of conversations such as this.
Sometimes you have to.
So,
Yeah, you just got to do it. We got to protect our integrity. It's not right. We're continuously being attacked based off a conspiracy. All of this, the same stuff you're accusing us of are the very things that the media is doing.
that
They're
I'm
writing
accusing you of?
narratives. They're writing narratives. They're creating these headlines. They're calling us these MAGA right-wing extremists. They don't even know who we are. No one's ever asked us where we stood, who we supported. No one knows anything. But we're continuously being attacked day in and day out. And it's not only because of what they're saying, but it's because people on the board is going on national TV and saying these things. I have yet to have said anything about any of the individuals on this board. I've only defended our decisions. I've only defended the rules that we have put forward in the best way possible, while also showing respect to this board. And I think we at least deserve that. We got to do what's right.
Let me clarify one thing. Are you accusing me of doing that?
I am accusing anyone who is on this board who has gone outside of this room and attacked the integrity of the majority of the members on the board. If that is you, then yes.
So you're
So
accusing me of
that's on you.
you're accusing me of doing that on national
I
TV?
said, if that is you, then yes. I already spoke to Sarah directly. So, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to create right now, but it's unnecessary.
No, you
We can
said-
move
you-
on.
you
I
said-
said,
you
if
said-
you are going outside of this room and you're saying anything that's despairing about our integrity and our reputations based off of whatever your feelings are, not facts, then yes, I am speaking to you.
I don't think you'll find a single comment made from me.
Then great, then I'm not
Okay.
talking to you
But
then.
you said
So
you,
why would you?
because you said you.
Mr.
So-
Chairman, this is semantics and you know
Okay.
what you're doing.
All right. Any other comments to be made?
Well, yes, you know,
Okay.
I was, as a matter of fact, I would sort of, as I reflected upon this weekend, I thought, yes, character assassination, yes, media murder, yes, and lawfare lynching. And that's where this is all headed. And I really don't appreciate it. When I walk in this room, I am single-mindedly focused on the duty of, as a member of the State Election Board. I have no agenda, no plan, no plot, and I find it rather disconcerting to be accused of such things in public, on mainstream media, or on social media of having alternative motives.
Any other comments?
I'm good.
We're going to move forward with our agenda, finally. Ms. Grubbs, I neglected to put you right after lunch on Friday for your petition. The board has been provided hard copies of that petition this morning for a rule, and it's a rule change to 183-1-1-.01. Pardon me? I am incorrect, that's right. It's the front page, oh, it's pursuant to that, I'm sorry. It is a rule change pertaining to storage of returns, 183-1-12-.13, storage of returns. And what you're asking for is for this board to move forward with initiating rule-making procedures?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Can we keep to about 10 minutes, please?
I'll speak as quickly as I can.
Do you have anybody else that wants to speak before you rule?
No, I'm up here all by myself,
Outstanding, thank you.
trying to keep it simple because it's a really simple process. So yes, I did submit this timely, so I do appreciate you accommodating me and letting it be heard. The issue is the short time for certification, you know, to the point that everyone is so concerned with certifying timely, and I don't think anyone has presented any kind of rule proposal or anything to delay certification, which again is another misnomer in the media. So for any of the media that's here today, please know that there is no desire by anyone that I know of or am associated with that wants to delay certification. That is not an issue. It's still law, and we do try to follow law when coming up with, well, we do follow law, in fact, coming up with rule proposals. Given the very short time frame for certification of county-level offices, generally 5 p.m. on the Monday following the election, it is important for county office candidates to be able to obtain the underlying data in time to review and analyze it for any discrepancies to be raised before the public meeting for certification. Candidates and parties are given the opportunity to request discretionary recounts if there appears to be any discrepancies, but such recounts must be conducted before certification. Having access to the ballot images and cast vote records will inform the candidates if the images resolve questions. Further, candidates must make very quick decisions on whether they will request a formal recount after certification. The ballot images and cast vote records can greatly inform their decision, potentially avoiding the necessity of a recount. A uniform time of availability of the images and cast vote records is necessary to avoid prejudice to candidates and parties in contests that may straddle multiple counties, which may have differing dates for release of their records, making some county records available and others unavailable without a uniform time requirement. For example, in Cobb County, we have several legislative districts that border different counties. One borders with Paulding, one borders with Cherokee, one borders with Fulton. So uniformity in the availability of records is very important. These electronic records have been public records since 2021, and counties have now mastered the skill of efficiently copying the records onto electronic media or uploading the records onto a file-sharing site. The proposed rule prohibits release of such records prior to the closing of the polls, and no mandatory requirement to release records until 24 hours after closing of the polls. I respectfully request that this revised proposed rule promulgation be considered today, and in accordance with 183-1-1-.01, subparentheses 4. The reasons the amendment should be adopted. The overriding reason for adoption of this rule is in furtherance of ensuring application of the law is used to promote greater efficiency and ease of confirming election results, to preclude challenges and lower overall expenses, ensuring that election records are fully available to the public on a prompt basis, including OCGA 21-2-72. The rule, Exhibit 1, basically, I could read the whole thing, but to try and be quick, the addition is subparagraph 3, the election superintendent or designee shall produce ballot images and cast vote records in comma-separated value format to requestors within 24 hours of a request received after the closing of the polls, in compliance with OCGA 21-2-72, but no earlier than the closing of the polls on Election Day. Supplemental production may be required for additional ballot images as they are processed through final certification. The public record request for ballot images may be satisfied by the superintendent timely posting such ballot images to the public website. The electronic file shall be stored on a secure medium, a copy of which shall be placed in a sealed envelope or container, so on and so forth, in accordance with 21-2-500. So basically, that's what we're asking for today, that this information be provided, and that's pretty much it. It will enable, to Ms. King's point and the allegations of a MAGA board and all that kind of nonsense, which is ginning up a lot of ire for people who don't care to read things for themselves. This really has nothing to do with the presidential election. This has more to do and is more effective, actually, for down ballot candidates, where when the recount procedure is so close, with 0.5%, if these images are made available prior to certification, people can assess whether or not there is a likelihood that they will need to request a discretionary recount. Also, missed ballots can be found. This will also help with the issue of not delaying certification. A lot of these election board members will be a whole lot more confident in going in to certify an election if they have the information available to them with the data. I can't tell you how many times people have requested data from their local boards of election and they just never get it. And this will further enable the election board members to have better confidence when they go in to certify elections. So I ask that you pass my rule.
Other questions from the board?
Ms. Grubbs, have you spoken at all with anyone in the Secretary of State's office about the ballot library that they have and they've published online? As a threshold issue, the Open Records Act addresses ballot images directly, and we cannot create, we don't have the authority to require the 24-hour posting because it is explicitly accommodated in the Open Records Act, which requires 3 days. But I understand your concern, and I'm wondering if the ballot image audit that we're conducting this year will actually help make sure that those ballot images become available much faster. And I would actually love to hear from Mr. Cohn if he has an update on that to understand exactly when those ballot images should become available to the public, when they're updated. Do we know exactly when they will be?
No, I don't have that answer.
Okay, okay.
It was after certification.
They will be uploaded sooner than that, but I just don't know when they'll become available.
I thought it was 7 to 10 days after the election, is what they were looking for. Because they'll have to be reported in, and they have to put them through the system, so it's like 7 to 10 days after the election before they're available. But I have the same concerns about the Open Records Act, and counties have 3 days to respond to open records, and this is kind of shortens that time period to.
According to 21-272, it's required to be available timely. Also, it would be very difficult to comply with Senate Bill 189 if you don't make every effort to make it available. And historically, like for example, even with open records requests, the responses are not timely and they're not full responses. I could give you some examples if you like, and sometimes there's just a flat-out denial on the open records request. So it's the state, I mean, if y'all are having this discussion up here about what's going to be available and that kind of thing, if you don't even know what the Secretary of State's office is doing, I doubt very seriously I'm going to get any better information from them.
Well, the Secretary of State's office has said that they'll have the ballot images available on their own websites, so my question is whether this rule ought to follow the open records and have 72 hours or 3 days instead of, 24 hours.
Well, someone might accuse you of trying to delay certification then, because
by following the Open Records Act?
timely records are very important to these candidates. They put in their blood, sweat, and tears to run for these races, and sometimes the races are close. And for example, if you don't have, like the hand tallying of ballots, just to count the number of ballots, and you can't reconcile that, and now, this rule says that the data and the images are made available sooner. I mean, you kind of have to look at the other side. Why wouldn't you want to provide that? I mean, the images are scanned, and it's already ready to upload, and you already have the vote records, and it can already be provided, and it's this board to ensure that there's uniformity. It says so. I read it on the Secretary of State's website.
Well, I understand. I'm not disputing the uploading the images and making them available. I'm just saying that it appears to be contradictory to what the Open Records Request Act, 3 days is what it says. It also allows for the election superintendent to charge for these things, cost of media, right? It's in this rule. And I worry about the 24-hour period after the election with everything going on and then being able to respond if you're a large county like DeKalb or Fulton or Cobb or whatever, and what if they get 50 requests for these things that they have to respond to within 24 hours?
That's why they should just upload it to their website. It's available. I mean, on election night, they're uploading it to the central election server down at the bunker. So it would seem to me that it would just be no big deal to throw it up on the website.
Well, but they're allowed to charge for it under subsection 2 of this rule, A2.
I don't think we're in the business of turning government workers into moneymakers or.
Well, I understand that, but it's just they are allowed to charge for it, and I don't know.
It
how you
says
do that.
may charge.
Yeah, may.
It doesn't say they shall.
Right.
So, we know that they're going after our dollars as much as they can when they start wanting to do what they're doing in Cobb County with voter challenges. But it also says the actual cost of the media. You know, it seems like whenever there's pushback, it's always about the money. But we don't talk about the dollars that are wasted when it comes to this kind of stuff. And that kind of, you know, that's a whole other conversation. But we're just looking for transparency. The data's available, the images are available, and the public, you know, we have a crisis of public trust in Georgia. And a lot of it, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I don't, you know, when Ms. King was making her comments, what struck me is, you know, this isn't a conversation that we need to be having, but sunshine laws say these are conversations that we need to have in public. And when you do have members of the board who in public are going out and feeding into this MAGA board nonsense, which is definitely not true, and feeding into the hysteria, when you have good common sense rules like this and like previous ones that have been presented, and you do have rules that have been passed immediately before elections, whether they were municipals or not, that's still an election, that still applies, all of a sudden now it's a big problem. And it's what you have to look at the meat of it. And it's unfair to candidates to come close to an election and not be able to get the records timely enough to be able to ask for a discretionary recount if it's so necessary. I mean, these are our elections. These are our potential leaders. And we owe it to them to give them as much information as is possible, as timely as possible, so that the people actually have a say and can participate in this process, because this process isn't just about the Secretary of State's office. This process isn't about you guys. This process is about involving we the people, and we the people are involved. And whether people like it or not, we're here. And we're not going anywhere. We might be smaller in numbers from time to time, but we care about our elections, and having public oversight is key. And so I would ask that that what is already a public record, I remember, I think it was the July meeting, when there was going to try to be a limitation of what documents were actually available. When the law says all of them are available, they're public documents. So this is just a timing thing, and it says all records are available at all times. Now, if you pass the rule and don't like it, I'm sure some Gavirio-associated group will come in here and file a lawsuit and try and stop it. But you would be hard-pressed to argue with all records are available at all times. And if the records exist, they should be available.
I'm not disagreeing with the thought behind your rule. It's just the inconsistency in law that bothers me, and that open record says that they have 3 days to respond, yours says 24 hours. And when you create inconsistency in law, it creates confusion for people.
But
And-
you're not creating the law, you're just effectuating a process to follow along with the law.
Well, we're creating a situation that requires people to respond within 24 hours when the open records request says that they have 3 days to respond.
Because it's already available.
I get that, but it still has 3 days under open records to respond. I'm saying it creates an inconsistency, and I can see where people are going to say, well, I don't have to respond because I have 3 days.
They're already saying that.
I know it.
Let me give you an example, if I may. In 2020, I became aware that there was a location in Smyrna, in Cobb County, where there were Dominion voting machines and scanners that were there. And they were at a private company called Eaton Corporation. And so I like to know things firsthand. So I go down there to see if there is, in fact, the night before the Senate runoff, if there, 2021, I guess, was curious to find out if the machines were actually there. If someone calls and tells me something, I'm going to go look for myself, because I don't like secondhand knowledge. And sure enough, they were changing out some kinds of memory cards the night before the election at a warehouse at Eaton Corporation in Smyrna. And so that kind of got me to thinking, where are all these machines? Where do they keep all of them? So I did an open records request to the Secretary of State's office asking for an inventory of all the machines and where they were stored. I mean, we're the public, we paid for the machines, we ought to know where they are. And I got right back a response with a code section that essentially said that it was contrary to the public interest to provide a response. So I'm sure you probably haven't been in the situation that a lot of us have been in this room, where we have asked for records and we have asked for, things, and we are told, no, we can't have it. Also, after the 2020 election, we did ORRs for tabulator tapes. And I don't remember the number, but it was somewhere between 8 and 20 tabulator tapes that were just missing. And as you probably know, there's 3 copies of tabulator tapes. One to go with the records, to go with the clerk of the Superior Court for storage, one for posting on the door, and one that's submitted the night of the election with the memory cards. But somehow, out of all those tabulator tapes, they're just missing. And that happened in county after county after county with request after request after request. So I think that all substantiates the fact in 21-272 that all records are available at all times. And if that is in conflict with open records requests, then that's something somebody else is going to have to fight out. But as the board, knowing that the board favors transparency and wants trust and openness in government and free and fair elections, I feel like it's incumbent on this board to pass this rule.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
Mr. Chair, an open records request, actually, the 3-day rule only applies to acknowledgement of the request. So it really has nothing to do with producing the document, really. And so in a situation like an election where the certification is just 6 days later, time is of the essence. I suppose every candidate could request these documents 3 days before the election, which would certainly be a huge burden. Although I would recommend it if that's the only route to go. I'd recommend every single candidate make that request ahead of time so that it would be available. But that doesn't really mean it will be available, because the 3-day rule only applies to acknowledgement of the open records request. I think of this as just what you just mentioned, Ms. Grubbs, the tabulator tapes. On election night, when the polls close and the scanner is shut down, a tabulator tape is produced and 3 or 4 copies are made. But actually the code says as many copies as requested. So anybody can request their own tabulator tape. And one goes right back to the office. One is saved for the clerk of the court, just like you said, and one is put with the memory cards. These electronic files are really kind of the same as the tabulator tapes. And a request for this file is actually kind of, in a sense, a request for what is tabulated, the ballot images or that data. So I don't think this is an unreasonable document to have made available, because it's uploaded on election night anyway, or should be. Sometimes the images are uploaded the next day, and the counties need to address that. But as close to the close of the polls is the safest, most secure way to secure the document of the election, and to ensure that it's unaltered, unedited, and not changed, and it is indeed the original election document. So I would be in favor of this.
Thank you.
Member Gazal.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify that most of the large counties are physically unable to upload the ballot images that night. They upload the data as per statute, but it takes days to upload the images. I just pulled up the ballot image library from the presidential preference primary, which has a very low turnout. So the number of ballot images would be a fraction of what we're going to see in November. And in Fulton County, the file is over 1 gigabyte. And remember, it's not like you're uploading it from a solid state hard drive. You're uploading it from a memory card. It takes time. So setting aside the fact that we don't have the lawful authority to do this, which if you go to the provision in the 21.2, it starts at except where otherwise provided by law or court order, which means that as our Open Records Act specifically provides for ballot images, that they are governed by the Open Records Act and not this provision. It's also simply physically impossible to have the counties upload those ballot images the same night.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Member King?
So that night, the Secretary of State's office are not getting this information the same night? Is it taking them days to get it to the Secretary of State's office?
Yeah, they get the totals, they get the tabulation totals, but the actual ballot images are uploaded in subsequent days.
How many, on average, how long does it take for them to get the ballot images to the Secretary of State's office?
We would have to consult directly with either them or the counties to know that exactly. I just know that it is in subsequent days, like Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know exactly when.
Can I ask Ms. Adams what her thoughts are on this? How long does it take to get the ballot images to the Secretary of State's office? Do you know?
I don't know precisely, to tell you the truth. I thought they were uploaded.
Turn, hit your button.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes. You're on live.
Is it working? I'm not sure of the specifics of it, but as my understanding, the process starts when they are uploading on election night. I've never heard that it takes days to do that, but I don't know precisely.
Are there any other election officials in the room that with another county, that's with a separate county? Oh, Mr. Hancock, yeah. Do you know if it takes days or you just don't know?
I think this is one of those things where there's some real technical things here that we just don't know the answer to.
Yeah, I have more questions.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. So we're debating on, no, we're not necessarily debating on whether or not we should be able to do this or if it should be available to the public. We're debating on the days in which it may take to get the information to them. 3 days is what you're stating the open records request says, right?
Yes.
3 days will still be within the certification week. 7 to 10 days is not, which is the other time frame that I heard.
The 7 to 10 days was for this audit that they're performing, that the company will have 7 to 10 days to secure the images and then audit them with the paper files and
Okay.
make sure that it's all,
So that's auditing. Okay.
yeah, it's the
Okay.
auditing process.
So the information will be available within the week of certification. Which are you saying that? Are you saying that the data it takes more than the week of certification to upload it? Probably.
I can't imagine it would take that long.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if this information is available within the week of certification, prior to certification, I should say, would that be suitable for you, Ms. Grubbs?
So if they would just produce it in 3 days, that would be one thing, but they only acknowledge it in 3 days, which is an illegal.
Right, and that's the open records request.
Delay.
But if your rule was to produce it within 3 days,
Right,
that
and-
still would be reasonable.
So imagine how much time you're talking about eating into for a candidate who requests a discretionary recount. And the time, because it is a very short certification time, that's part of the issue, is that, if you have the election on Tuesday, and then you're certifying on Monday, and you have a 3-day open records request, and that's just for them to acknowledge it, they're not even providing the information till after certification. And so you have candidates not really knowing what they need to be doing in that period of time. They don't, and it's my understanding that the ballot images are not even sent to the Secretary of State until after certification. So the counties have it available, their TIF files. So it should be I don't think it's an unreasonable ask.
I think I need to, I don't know, Dr. Jan, you've been familiar with this process. I mean, because I'm not sure whether or not is it doable? I mean, is it something that, you know, we talk to election workers who are unsure as well as to what the time frame is as far as getting it
Right,
prepared.
it is doable to upload the data on election night. Sitting at the EMS, it takes but 2 seconds to upload the data per memory card. Now, with a large election and a large file of images to upload, that takes extra time, and that perhaps is why the counties, they're in such a hurry to get the data, the tabulation uploaded, that they'll defer the image upload until the next day. But it should all be able to be uploaded no later than the next day. And I can't imagine that even the cast vote record would not be available to a candidate for review also in an election. And the issue is that there are counties that still do not upload their ballot images, quite a few, and I don't know if it's a lack of training or education or just desire to comply with the code as it is, or the rules, but it's a discipline that needs to take place with each election if we're going to have data, if we're going to have images, if we're going to have log files, and it's part of the Dominion voting system. They need to be retained, and they need to be uploaded and captured as soon as possible after the polls close, so that that information is there and not changed, not altered, not edited, not amended, and provided to any person or in particular candidates that need it or want it.
Thank you. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to end on this. When I listen to this, my biggest concern is the fact that I know members of this board, including myself, we've had challenges getting information that's supposed to be readily available. I have already expressed my concern around how much we charge for documents. I do feel like that disenfranchises voters and disenfranchises just the people of Georgia. So anything that will create a more efficient process is something I'm listening for. But I also think we've got to start abiding by the law. We've got to start abiding by the law. That's it.
And unfortunately, that the key to it is abiding by the law. And unfortunately, a lot of these election offices, whether by lack of education or example set, I mean, we can tell by the example set by the Secretary of State's office that, you know, the attitude of, you know, well, if you don't like it, sue me. And then, you know, John Doe has to, you know, try and scrounge up enough money to find an attorney, and finding attorneys in Georgia to take up these election issues is very difficult. And so that's why, you know, we're here, citizens, you know, Miss Nobody here, trying to make a difference, because if the voice of reason doesn't come from this board, it's not going to come from anywhere else. And, you know, the other thing that is created, like I said, is favoritism between counties, or sometimes for candidates, because you might be able to get records from one county, but a neighboring county in a split legislative district, you can't get their information. You know, so we have, for instance, you know, with all the issues in Fulton, which, by the way, if this rule was in place, everything that would have happened with the Moncla Rossi complaint would have been known sooner. Double scanned ballots, ballots that were not scanned, all of those kinds of things, it would have been discovered a lot sooner. And, you know, it wouldn't be such an issue now, but for the fact of getting information. People scream, show me the evidence. Well, the fact of the matter is, we know the evidence is there. It's just getting people to produce it. And that's why when it's in the law and it's covered in 21-272, when we're in the age of 2024 and, you know, the benefit of having this digital voting system and all of these processes and upgrading to Garvis and upgrading the poll pads and all of these things are upgrades, upgrades, upgrades. Don't tell me you can't provide the images. That defies logic.
Mr. Chairman,
Member Gazal.
given the fact that this rule, the earliest possible day this rule could come into force would be November 12th, which is the day of certification. So it cannot impact this election cycle. I agree with the sentiment behind it, that getting data out and available to candidates and campaigns as quickly and efficiently as possible without interfering with election offices is an important one. I think we lack a full understanding of the technical needs of and requirements on this, and I would suggest that rather than initiate rulemaking on something that won't apply for this election anyway, because of the timing, that we work with county offices to try to develop a policy that we know will not violate our statutory authority. We will not try to do something that doesn't exceed our statutory authority and exceed our authority under the Open Records Act, and just try to develop something that way, rather than pass a rule that won't apply for this election anyway.
First of all, I'd like to clarify, I don't care whether it's for this election or for any following election.
Right, and that's
Okay.
why I think that we should do something that is consistent with the law, rather than this, which I believe violates the law.
Well, you are welcome to your opinion. You're an attorney, and I understand that that's your position, but I happen to disagree with your position. Can you please explain to me why the soonest that it would be available to be in effect would be November 12th?
Initiating rulemaking requires posting for notice and comment for 30 days. Once, if it is voted on again 30 days from now, which would be October 24th, then it has to be published by the Secretary of State's office for a minimum of 20 days before it comes into force.
Okay.
And that's assuming immediate publication and not the 48 hours that it normally takes. Because there's also the process of notice and comment requires us to actually take all the comment into account and then publish a statement as to why we made a decision one way or the other.
Okay, I just wanted your interpretation. Thank you.
My interpretation is the law.
Yeah, I think
I'm just citing the law.
I think that there's probably a majority of this board that doesn't disagree with what you're trying to do. For me, it's just a technical issue and what we can do within 24 hours or whether it takes 3 days or whatever, and getting some expert advice on exactly how long it takes to download these images. Can it, a county like Fulton that has 700,000 voters, can they do it within 24 hours, or Cobb County or Gwinnett County or whatever county we're talking about? Is it legitimate? I know that downloading images can take quite a bit of time. I have a lot of experience with that kind of stuff. And so there's some technical issues for me, and then I would like to explore further this difference between the Open Records Act and your 24 hours. But I don't, in theory, I don't disagree with what you're trying to do. I like transparency.
I'm so glad you like it.
Yeah, I like you.
I like you too, and I even ate at Waffle House yesterday.
To me, I really think that I would need to take some time to understand exactly how long this could take a county to do.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the problems is that you have counties who refuse to deliver until after final certification.
You're right.
And that's one of the problems. And so if they're, even in the Dominion manual, the TIFF files are uploaded immediately. If they're operating elections in accordance with what Dominion says in their manual. So I understand and hear your hesitation.
Let me ask a question. We have another meeting on October the 8th. Would you withdraw this petition and be heard on October the 8th so that we could have time to answer some of these technical questions between now and then? I mean, it's not going to happen until after the election anyway, so what does 2 weeks matter?
Mr. Chairman, while she's thinking about that, Mr. Favorito, you said you may be able to answer some of these questions.
Push your button, please.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. In regards to the upload, as Dr. Johnson has said, the actual files, the first files that are uploaded only take a matter of seconds. To upload the images does take a little bit longer, but that we're still talking seconds, probably per memory card. I'm talking about per memory card, would be probably less than a minute. So if you multiply that by the number of precincts, you still, even in Fulton County, if someone was dedicated to that process, it would be done in a day, technically.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that depends there. It depends on what your connection speed is. I mean, there's a lot of different variables there, and I just think if we have time to ask some of the counties and talk to them about how long it takes to upload this stuff. So.
Mr. Chairman, so the memory card, there is no connection speed on a memory card upload to a server. There's no connection. There's no connection. It's a straight.
Right,
just
for
as
the
though I
local
take
county, you're not sending it over the web. Yeah.
Right, right. You're just taking
Right.
your memory stick, you're taking the computer, you're uploading. It's a matter of maybe a minute per card for the images max, I would say.
To me, there's just some, 2 weeks would give me time to really ask some questions technically and be able to understand the whole process a little bit better.
So, I believe that, you know, it's very difficult for me to say, to agree to delay because we have a messaging problem. And part of that messaging problem is the Firefly issue. And, you know, I even heard it in the meeting on Friday where Ms. Gazal wants to work very closely with Gavrio. You want to work with Gavrio, and that is not a nonpartisan organization. They may have the IRS blah, blah, blah at the end of it, but they have likewise put out messaging in Firefly in contradiction to following rules and things like that. And it's not an equal platform. Tell me, Ms. Gazal, do you have access to Firefly?
I do not.
Have you ever had access to Firefly?
I have been very open about the fact that I used to, yes.
And Ms. King, do you have access?
I have not, I do not, and I have never had access to it. I would love to have access to it if they would give it to us.
Mr. Cohen is the executive director. Do you have access?
No, I just heard about Firefly just a little while ago.
Mr. Fervier, do you have access?
Before a week ago, I had no idea what it even was. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
I'm a low social media kind of guy.
It's a shame. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
Mr. Jeffrey, a senator, or you?
0.
Dr. Johnston?
I do not have access. I've asked numerous times to have access and you've been denied.
So the main communication platform to communicate with election board members and election workers for the entire state of Georgia, and you as the state election board, do not have equal opportunity access to it, yet Gavrio does.
I'm not quite sure what that has to do with this.
It has a lot to do with it because when the question is, will I delay, my thought is, okay, if I agree to delay until October 8th, will you put out messaging to the counties that they need to comply with requests timely and provide the information that we're looking for? And the answer is, you can't do it because you don't even have access. And the Secretary of State's office is not going to do it because you have the elections director, Blake Evans, putting out information to disregard rules from this board, from what I understand. So we have what we have here is a failure to communicate. And so it becomes very disingenuous to come before you and say, I'll pull it back because I know you were going to act in good faith and put out the message that these counties need to comply with requests when you don't even have a way to communicate with them. And the only messaging they're getting is from left-leaning organizations through this communication system. And as the election board, you don't have a way to do that unless you do a press release. And if you're doing press releases, I ain't getting them. And so this is a bad situation because this is a good rule. The county should comply. We can't even get them to comply with open records requests. So there's got to be a rule to do that. And that's why I would like this rule done. And prove to me, I mean, we think it may take more time to upload images and things like that, yet in the Dominion manual, it seems to be available. With the scanning, we've seen the scanned images and things like that. I think you're looking at denying something based on hypotheticals, and yet you don't have any evidence to the contrary.
Well, I have no evidence in support or against. I would like to get
Right,
that
I didn't
evidence.
mean you specifically,
Yeah.
I meant collectively.
Yeah,
There's no evidence to say that it can't happen.
You're right, there's no evidence to say it can. I would like time to do that. I mean, I had, this petition was supposed to be heard on October the 6th, but the board voted yesterday to hear it early, and we heard it, and I haven't had time to do anything with it until yesterday afternoon to even look at it, really.
I
So
know, and I understand, and I appreciate that. The short answer to your question about delaying it, I will delay till after lunch if you'll reconsider it after lunch. But that's about as much of a delay as I would be willing to do.
Well, others may not think so. I do try and be accommodating. That's not very accommodating for me. So, Dr. Johnson, do you have?
Mr. Chair, I happen to know two MIT computer science engineers, my son and daughter-in-law. I'm sure I can get you the answer to this question by after lunch. I know some other computer engineers also, but I think we can answer this question of the practicality of it. The implementation, that may be a whole different thing, but that's what county election offices need to deal with. So if perhaps Ms. Grubbs will agree to wait until after lunch, I will do some quick communication and bring it back to the board.
After lunch is fine with me. That way you'll be fully rested and get a snack and that kind of thing.
Doesn't appear that's going to happen. Are there any other questions for the board? From the board? Thank you, Ms. Grubbs. We will, I was supposed to visit after lunch last time. It didn't happen, so let's hope it happens today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Name that tune. Anybody? Anybody? Nobody? The next item on the agenda is a petition for promulgation of new state election board rule presented by Lucia Frazier. It's item number 14 or in your book. And this relates to sure, this is for a new rule, right? It's not, I'm looking for a copy of it's number 14, it's item number. I think what you're asking for is for the Secretary of State to provide data for free? Is that what you're trying to do? But you did not present an actual rule, correct?
There was a petition, and there was some language, and it was stating for the Secretary of State to provide the voter roll for free.
Did you make any amendments or any changes to this?
Yes, I have made amendments to present today.
Okay, yeah.
Well, the question is what the actual rule, the language in the rule would be.
I
And which,
I think she's gonna.
can put it up. Yeah.
She's gonna present that.
I've changed some of the,
You have a
I have a recommendation of changing it based on all our conversations on Friday.
Okay. How do we get it up there, Mike?
Okay. So, good morning, and thank you for allowing me to come in again and speak to you on this. I would really love to know from all of you is, are you ready to restore public trust in our elections? And you can be heroes just for this election. And we can pass the most productive rule today. It's the most easy one, it's already being done, there's no cost, and it will be the most transparent rule that we have in this session. So on Friday, we had a ton of discussion about conflicting with the Secretary of State. So I have removed that language. And now we can proceed, and let me show you what I got here. If it'll show up. No, it's not on there.
Alex?
She's trying to put it on the screen.
I can figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, it's just looking like it's seen from another angle. Yeah, 1 second. So this is my recommendation for this rule today. And I'll give you a moment to read it. But basically, this is a way for us to get an actual certified elector list before the election. The reason we need this list is it's a way to be able to audit the election.
Yeah, I think this is 15. Is this 15?
So like it was discussed on Friday, and as you heard many people explain, we are not getting this information.
Ms.
From
Frazier, Ms. Frazier, is this is this item A or B on the agenda? I know you have two.
That should be the first one. There's agenda item 14 where it's talking about the voter roll, and then the other one is the numbered list of voters.
So we're talking about 14 right
Correct.
now.
Correct.
But this is we're looking at the list of voters.
Should I move to the numbered list of voters? That's item 15.
No. So this is the exact one we talked about yesterday, right? That we sent to, that you and I are going to be working on for the next meeting. Correct?
That's correct. This is not the exact one. It's taking that language for wanting to have a voter roll before the election and adding certified so that we don't have to do that. We can put it into this rule.
The
It's
challenge
a
we have is that we made a ruling on this. So if we decided that we were going to come back, work on it, and then go back through, there's a process that we have to follow.
Right.
And if we circumvent that process, now we're out of order. You're putting us in a very bad position. We can't vote a second time on a rule that we've already voted on Friday.
It's like submitting a new rule. Currently, my petition for the voter roll is open, and it's open to amendments. I'm amending that rule
Yes, so, yeah, there's a,
to include this language.
correct, but there's a process that we have to go through with that one. We were under the impression that we were going to listen to item 14, which is different from this. But when we've already decided on how we're going to go about addressing this one, so we just have to be patient and go through the process. But resubmitting it to us here without having been able to put it out to the public so they can see it, we're stepping outside of our rules.
So it's nothing new. It's already been put out to the public. The point is,
The amended version.
the petition that I'm talking about that's open today, when we talk about petitions before rulemaking, we are allowed to make amendments.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. We have to, so this is why when we decided that I was going to work with you as it relates to how to amend this, we would still have to resubmit it and put it out to the public so they can see it with the amendments. And all of this is what I'm planning to do with you.
I understand. The importance, what I'm trying to explain is we can still do that if we want to for that particular piece of paper. If we want to just talk about paper, I submitted 3 rules, okay? This is a different paper. I have a petition to ask for a voter roll, okay? I can ask for this voter roll.
183-1-12-.19, which is item 15 on our agenda. We are on item 14.
Correct.
So we
That
have to
item
talk
is a
about
third
item 14.
rule. I submitted 3 rules.
Yeah, we have to talk about item 14 on the agenda. This is item 15.
It's not, because that's different. I changed all the language. That's not what's on item, this whole paragraph was rewritten. I'm just making a substitution to put this language into this rule.
Ms. Frazier, we have not had time to review this. The petition process requires that we have at least 20 days before.
Right.
In order to do our research, to consult with our attorneys, to make sure it's lawful. Getting this today, we can't possibly vote on this because we have not seen this before.
Understand, but you have seen it before. So that's
This
the
is
only
new,
reason
but
I'm
you're-
suggesting such a strong, how you have the paragraph in front of you. what is the current paragraph on the rule we're talking about right now? Do you have that in front of you?
Ms. Frazier, I think your urgency is getting ahead of what we can do, and what we don't want to do is move with the urgency and then put ourselves in a position where we now have to completely get rid of the rule because we're not following the law.
It's
So
okay.
as I stated before, myself, as well as I was going to get with other county board election directors who have already agreed to work with us. We were going to all get together, and my plan was to reach out to you early next week to put a date together and work on this, resubmit it according to how we have to do it, and then go through the process.
Okay, I
can't
understand.
circumvent the
I
process.
understand your position. I am.
Well, it's not a position. I wish I could take a position
Yeah,
on it, but I
okay.
can't. We just can't circumvent the process.
All right. I do not believe if you let me continue with kind of presenting this to you and helping you to understand what I'm trying to do. I am not trying to circumvent any process. Member Gonzalez, I hear what you're saying. That's the only reason I felt like it was appropriate to bring this up, because as an amendment, is because you've already seen it, we've already discussed it for an hour on Friday. And it was my understanding that the only issue with asking for a certified elector list is we cannot tell the Secretary of State what to do. So I simply have removed all that. And now I'm just requesting for this current rule, which asks for a voter roll. It's the same topic. It's asking for the voter roll, but I'm not going to ask the Secretary of State anymore. I'm going to ask the counties to do it.
So this rule actually is pertaining to number 15.
No.
On the item agenda. Well, 15 on the agenda is
No,
183-1-12-.19.
that's for the numbered list of voters, which happens after an election. I have a presentation on that, too.
This is what we talked about.
This was a different part.
If you don't have a copy, I can
Wait,
show you
hang
what
on,
it was.
All right. Okay,
This was tab 8.
okay.
This is a revision from tab 8.
It is, yep. You think so?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. She's revising what we discussed on Friday.
And it was denied.
I'm just
Yeah.
implementing
Yeah.
what I learned
Yeah.
on
All right.
Friday into this rule.
Okay, so here's what,
Okay.
this was denied yesterday, or on Friday, right? By a vote of 4-0.
This particular agenda item was not on Friday.
The one that was presented on Friday was denied 4-0. by
What's a
this board.
different rule?
Right.
Yeah.
Different rule, right. So now you're presenting a different rule or an alteration to it, but it's a different rule.
That's all I'm trying to say. It's
Yeah.
an alteration to my rule in this
It's a-
spot.
Right, but it's a substantial difference to the rule that was presented on Friday that was denied, and the board already took action on that, okay? Substantial, which it may or may not pass, but because it's essentially a new rule, a substantially different one than the one you presented on Friday, it has to go through the normal rule-making
Oh.
procedures.
No,
okay?
I'm sorry. It's not substantially. Okay, I see what you're trying to
Yeah,
say.
it's
So,
a substantial difference to the one that was denied on Friday. So it has to go through the rule-making procedures. We'll accept this today as a petition for rule-making procedures.
that's
and-
what this is for.
And we'll hear it.
Yeah, that's what.
We'll hear it at an upcoming meeting, but we will accept it today at the board as a petition for, as a petition to the board to be heard. It will go through the normal procedures. We'll put it on an agenda and we'll hear it.
I hear you. That's the
Yep.
20-day. I would like to start the 30-day. I
We
would
can't-
like to vote.
We can't do
to
that
go
without
into
violating
rulemaking.
our own procedures. We can't do that. Because it has to be posted now because of substantial changes.
Well, okay, then
Okay.
can I expand on that?
Yes.
If it's not substantial changes, it's just a redaction.
That's a substantial change.
This is a different rule. The petition
Yeah.
process requires 3 hard copies certified. We have forced many people in this audience to resubmit using the exact same procedures. I know that Mr. Favorito has missed windows because he had to make sure that the hard copies. We can't treat petitioners differently. We have to use the same procedure for every petitioner, and that requires submission with hard copy certified within at least 20 days prior to the next scheduled meeting. which is October 8th, and I don't know if we're even within the 20-day window at this point.
We're not.
So
We're not.
this would not be heard until after the election at this point, unless we have a special called meeting later in October.
The board can choose to accept it or
We can, but we have to actually receive it properly. And receiving it properly is in hard copy. It's certified.
right. But it's the option of the board to accept it
Yes.
less than 20 days. Correct.
Can we hear it on the 8th? Can we hear it during the October meeting?
My problem with that is then we can't have inconsistencies in the way that we operate here. And if we hear somebody in 2 weeks, but we haven't heard these other 40 people until 20, I mean, it creates a lot of inconsistencies at that point, which get real hard to explain to people, so. I mean, as
would-
far,
I would
the
like to
furthest I
work
think we
with
could
you
do would
on
be to say,
this.
okay, we're accepting this at the board today and start the 20-day clock today, you know.
And then we can set up a special meeting. We could do a
Well,
special call meeting.
We could talk about that, but we can certainly start the 20 days today. She can give us 3 copies and we can give it to Alex and, you know,
I would like to work with you on this,
Right.
rather than kind of rushing it through.
And the board does have a history of passing emergency rules with almost no notice and making them effective days before before the rule is passed, actually. So there are exceptions, and this has been presented in a form, but it looks to me like it's been reduced
Correct.
in the wording.
Correct.
Okay.
It's all wording that you have seen before, simply reduced. I understand you're making a technicality that you haven't seen it long enough, but if we just speak plainly to each other, I think you all understand what I'm asking for. You understand exactly what this rule will do. And if you were comfortable, I think you could create a substitution. I guess I just would like to understand a little better at the rulemaking process. When we go into rulemaking, 30 days, if a rule goes into rulemaking and you sit on the 30 days and we come back, there's no changes that can be made. You proved that Friday, not even one word.
no.
So we
no.
should be able to work together and make a rule that will pass in 30 days.
This is the way it typically works. We ask people to submit them to the board within 20 days of the meeting.
Right.
Okay? 3 copies, certified copies. That gives the board time to respond to them. Often at the meeting, we'll make minor changes to the rule as we're discussing whether to initiate rulemaking procedures. So we'll
Right.
make minor changes. Any major changes would require resubmission of the rule. And minor changes are a word here or there, according to our counsel from our Attorney General, okay? If the board initiates rulemaking procedures at a meeting, then it's posted and there's 30 days or the next regular scheduled board meeting when it's
Right.
heard for final approval or disapproval.
Right.
We don't make changes on that final thing because it's already been posted, the
Right.
public's made comments.
Right.
So when the final vote takes place, there's no changes
Right.
allowed then.
I understand.
So
So
that's-
I'm just trying to find the period of time
Yep. So
where
right-
we can discuss this, make amendments, and create something that, before it goes into rulemaking,
That-
that is something that is palatable to all of you.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
that-
trying to
and
do.
And that would start now.
Yes, that's what I want to
Yeah,
do. The reason
yeah.
why I need that time is because our counties are checking to see if they are the owner of the data or if the Secretary of State and the state owns our data due to how they have to input it into the system. So even if I wanted to support this right now, I can't because I don't have that information. I gave them a couple of days to be able to find that. And my plan is for us to work together. Once we have that information, then we can adequately write this rule where it can support. Because as I've stated very vocally, I am in support of, figuring out a way to get information to all voters, even those who cannot afford to purchase
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Yes, I do appreciate that. I understand, and I was not intending that we wouldn't work together. But I hope the board understands. I wasn't able to find an avenue on how we work together to create palatable rules. This is a new process for a lot of us, so that's why I thought this would be appropriate. So I appreciate everybody's input on that.
I'll be reaching out to you the next couple of days.
It's fine, okay. So then I guess what I can do is then just go back to the original language of this petition and just look at it from that point of view.
Well, we can't because we denied that one.
No, not this, but the petition at hand has a language that
Are
I'll
we talking
pull
about
up.
item 15? Are we going to 15?
No,
14, my problem is I don't,
you don't have the original apparently.
yeah, I don't have a,
So let me see if I can get it for you. This is the original language. Okay, at the top here. That's what I submitted. Do you guys have not seen this?
No,
Okay.
this is exactly but what is below that is,
What is below that
different.
now is, if you just want to start with what it is,
right.
I'm trying to help make something palatable before it goes into rulemaking.
Well, again, this is a wholly different rule.
No,
So
I'm-
the subsequent one is different from the petition that was provided to us, and again, this would require a new petition.
No, this is not what I presented before. This is not about the certified list of electors.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand. No, this is our tab. We have the original language, the SOS.
Yes.
What is below that is substantively so different from what was in the original petition. It is basically, this is a different proposal
Okay,
altogether.
I appreciate that. If you would please work with me on the language that is up there in black and
Yes.
provide amendments that is palatable so that this will pass in 30 days, that is what we're here for.
Member King has agreed to work with you on this rule,
Oh,
along with the other one.
No, I understand, but are we not here to discuss going into rulemaking for this rule?
We're here to discuss the petition that you submitted,
Right.
timely submitted, which was,
Yeah.
and we've already discussed it, and we tabled it.
No.
Getting the amendments on the day of the meeting does not allow us to give it the proper evaluation that we need to do and to consult with attorneys. Because
Okay,
what you're doing is
let me-
this is a
Here's-
whole different petition.
Here's what we could do. So we can vote up or down on this top language
Mm-hmm.
today.
Yeah.
Vote up or down on that. We can table it, but even if we table it, we're still going to have to vote up or down on it eventually, all right?
Right.
Or you can withdraw this petition and work with Member King to perfect this rule along with the other one that we're
That's
talking about.
three. There's a fourth item.
What's the fourth item?
I have clarified this with other attorneys, but at this stage, a member of the board can introduce amendments, like you can change a word, and you can, and I think I saw it done with one of the rules. You can pass it with an amendment.
We can initiate rulemaking procedures
But-
if it's not a substantial change.
Correct. So
Yeah, when I made
a
that
board member can
amendment-
propose an amendment.
Let's talk about that. So when I made that amendment, for one, I added one line. This is totally different. And then secondly, it still had to go back through the 30-day process.
That's what I'm at. I understand. I would like to
So-
start the 30-day process.
But you're asking us to approve
These
what's
are-
written in blue, right? Like
No, forget blue. Just scratch it out.
You want us to approve?
I will
the-
delete the whole thing. I want you to give me some edits. If this is too substantial of an edit,
That's what I'm planning to do.
then
I just-
please just say instead of up at the top, the SOS, just change the counties.
We're going to do that. We're just not going to do that here. That's what I'm explaining.
And I hear you, I'm asking, I guess, why not?
Because we need to go through the original process. So even when I'm trying to help you keep your rule alive,
I understand.
but you're making it very difficult.
I understand.
We are doing our absolute best here, but you're making it very difficult.
I
right now.
understand. I'm okay with taking
So,
the risk on this
At
one.
this point, this is just about, if it's about timing, if it sounds like you want to rush it through.
Not this one. This is done,
Okay,
this is
then
over and done
let's-
with.
Then let's follow what we're asking you to do so that we can make sure we're in compliance, so that we can do it correctly. Because I would hate for you to do, first, As it is right now, the only thing we can make a decision on is what is in black, not anything underneath it.
I just want to clarify, I hear what you're saying, I just want to clarify for procedure's sake for future rules.
This
I think
was
you
to
can-
initiate rulemaking procedures, which means you can make minor changes.
Correct.
But not substantial
I
changes.
just,
This is
yeah,
totally different. I
Yeah.
mean, now, when you remove the SOS, right? So the first one, you're asking us to support giving the SOS instructions. The new rule is us to support giving counties this instruction. And again, you're asking about data where I have yet to have found whether or not the counties can even do that, what you're asking us for. That's why I'm asking you to please listen to what I'm saying and let us go through this process. Because as of right now, I cannot support either version, because I don't know if this data that you're asking them to make accessible to the public is considered their data. So they may still have to pay for it, even if the public isn't, which now impacts their budgets. This is information I've got to find out, and I'm working, I have 2 election directors that's working on this to help me with this. So that's what I'm asking you, is we have to follow this process.
Let's shortcut this, vote on the rule up or down now, and then you can start the process that needs to start, so,
Okay.
on working on it. The chair will entertain a motion.
So what he's saying is that we need to either vote this rule down or support it. I can't support it as it is, so right now would have to vote against this, and then we'll work together and we'll resubmit a rule once I have the information from the counties and once we're able to really adequately determine what we can and can't do. So that's what's presented before us right now.
would it, in just your opinion, would it be, would there be a path if we, not knowing that information, take the risk that it would, in 30 days, we would know that answer and it would be voted down at that point? So in 30 days, you know, you can vote it down then. But if you,
Why would we take that risk when we can get it right?
Yeah.
because we can introduce, you know, once we can find, at least it starts the clock, and while we're finding out that information, then we can reintroduce an amendment or an additional
No, what
rule.
will happen
we
is
can't do
will,
that.
30 days later, we'll end up voting it down again, and then you have another 30 days. What I'm proposing will actually shorten the time frame. What you're proposing is going to lengthen.
Understand, unless it succeeds. Like, in 30 days, if we knew the counties had no problem with this, it could succeed, and we would have it.
If we voted affirmative on this rule today,
Mm-hmm.
this would be the same rule we'd vote on in 30 days. That will not pass, likely.
I just meant if you just changed the minor change to the counties, if you made a motion with that one amendment, then it could pass.
That's actually a substantial change going from the Secretary of State to the counties.
Well, that's the first time you've
Yeah.
said that, so I did not agree with that, but okay.
Yeah,
It is.
So I think we would like to, I think I would rather table it to the next meeting.
Well,
You don't wanna do
it'd be
that.
better if you just withdraw it.
Yes.
If you table it, then we got to bring the same rule up at the next
Okay,
meeting,
okay, fine,
okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Withdraw it.
Yeah.
Let's work on it.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
we'll represent it.
all right.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you. The next item on the agenda is a petition for amendment to SCB Rule 183-1-12-.19. It's item number 15 on your agenda.
Did
in your
you,
book.
did you need to vote on it?
Huh? No. You're gonna,
No, you withdrew it.
You're going to withdraw it.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
okay,
yeah.
sorry, I got you. Okay. All right, so yeah, so the next rule is now for the numbered list of voters, which happens after an election.
Alex, was this rule deferred, or was it voted on, or did we initiate rules bank procedure on it, or?
We tabled this.
They were both deferred, so we did not initiate rulemaking procedures on it, okay. All right,
Okay, so What you're seeing on your screen is the current rule as it was originally submitted. And then we had a discussion, and then we tabled it to this meeting. Because there were questions from the board to take care of certain things, so I've gone and done that. So basically, the idea, the concern was, again, same thing, that the SOS is part of this. And the word freely was the concern. Actually, this is not something that is, people can buy, so it's actually irrelevant to the conversation. But my recommendation is that we can remove the SOS line on this one. And that would make it so that you're not, there's no reason to feel like you're conflicting any current law. So the numbered list of voters, let me just recap. This is created on the poll pads during Election Day, and it is, the company No Inc. Has this data already. It's already available. It's in their server at the end of Election Day. The No Inc. guy pulls this numbered list of voters out, and it's ready, and counties like Cobb County just asks him for it, and they get it, and they post it on their website. So it's already something that there's no cost, it's already being done, it's required by law to have, it's one of the returns of an election. So all I'm asking is to be more consistent across Georgia, to be consistent across all counties, that they should post this just like Cobb does. I can show you right here, this is what their website looks like. And they post it after every election. And if you click on that link, you have your numbered list of voters. And so that's what this rule is. That's all this rule is asking, is to just have all the counties do that.
We just passed a rule yesterday that required substantially the same thing, but without some of the detail, including the detail that, to me, was most troubling, which is the check-in time. Because I still have, I'm not worried about it in Cobb. I'm very worried in very small counties that have low turnout, and particularly for low turnout elections, that having the check-in time will make it far easier to match ballot images and cast vote records with actual voters. The rule that we passed that Mr. Jeffries had sponsored already requires everything else that you're asking for.
It requires a numbered list? I'm not understanding what it was.
During advanced voting, the absentee lists are posted and updated every single day. So every person that votes, I think you're right that, does it also require election day voters to be uploaded? So yes, it is the same data, whether it's using the same language or not. It's the same data that we've already required and we've already passed by rule.
I would need to read that. I guess I don't know, and then I would know whether to agree or not. But I will say, with the advanced voting part, that is already being created. You're right, and so I think we can remove that line. I think it creates confusion because it's already there, so we can remove it.
Well, the other provision that is beyond our legal capacity is requiring counties to maintain this for 10 years. There's absolutely no basis in law for that.
Correct, and I've changed that as well.
But again, we haven't seen revisions. If we don't see the revisions, we don't know what we're voting on if you're suggesting that you're revising things that you haven't even submitted to us yet.
We can just remove any obstacles that there are to this, and it's just redaction.
I think Member Jeffrey's rule, though, does everything that you need. No?
No, it don't say who, it just says how many
His
voted
is just
Oh, okay.
Oh, how many? Okay.
in person or
Okay.
absentee.
Okay. I got that. Again, we're making substantial changes to a rule that would not come into effect until the 11th of November at the earliest. 11th is Veterans Day. So the 12th. Yeah, this is different from what we've been presented, and we need to have time to review this. We cannot do this sort of on-the-fly rulemaking. Rulemaking is designed to be deliberative. That is why there's so many steps and procedures in this, so that not just us, but more importantly, the bodies that are being regulated have time to review and understand and have input into the process. Rushing this way, being given a totally different draft now on the morning of that we're supposed to give an up or down vote on rulemaking, it is not a deliberative process and not one I'm comfortable with.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking the same thing, that we need to work on this. For me personally, I do have some concerns about the amount of information that we're providing. The reason being is because I wonder if, with all the rules, like Mr. Jeffrey's rules, that we've already passed, I'm wondering if this is a bit of overkill. And what I mean by that is the return, I'm wondering if it's worth the invasiveness, because when we're talking about check-in times, again, and we're talking about making ballot images, readily available, that is a good point.
I can respond to that.
Are people going to be able to match check-in times?
They are not. They are not. We've done a lot of research since the last meeting. It is not possible. All
is it not
four
possible?
records that are created during the election process, the ballot image does not have a timestamp. That's really the biggest concern that you guys had. The ballot image has no timestamp. And this is already, this voter privacy has already been flushed out when these machines came into process. Like, that had to be done. Dominion wasn't allowed until that was done. So there is no voter privacy issue among all the records that are created. So this record, this numbered list of voters, is just one of the records that's created by the election process because it's already mandated by law to do it. The law already calls out that this numbered list of voters be created and is available. And it's already being posted, even by some counties. I can verify the one. So therefore, there is no further outstanding questions as far as to voter privacy. They've already been dealt with. Anything more than that, we would have to go to the legislature and remove the machines and just go to paper ballots.
Can I ask what you use the check-in time for? Why do you need it?
The check-in time, the numbered list of voters is defined in the law as the check-in time. Like, that's what it is. Like that, there's a definition in the law. It says the numbered list of voters shall have the check-in time. So why do we need it? Well, maybe the person who made that legislation has that answer. But I guess if I'm just thinking logically, that's how you audit an election. That's how you make sure that, that things were aligned.
Once again, these are substantial changes to a rule that to be considered, and for initiating rulemaking petition, I think that we can't make those changes here today. They are substantial. So the board's options are to vote an up or down on it,
I would like to just give me a second to give you just a little bit more. I disagree that these are substantial. They are literally just removing items. And the only issue with the last one was that we didn't have an answer about the counties being able to do something. We have that answer for this one. They're already doing it. All they have to do is ask for the copy and post it. This already exists. I would implore you to see the difference.
This goes from 10 years to 2 years. This takes the SOS out of the process. This is strictly the counties. You've added written number lists of voters.
I can remove that. That was a clarification because they have a written number list in their precincts.
But do you see, it feels like we're working through a development of a rule as we speak, which
that
is
is-
not what we're supposed to be doing right now to a certain degree. Like, which, again, I think we are in a situation where we need to follow the process with this one as well.
I think this one is different. I implore you to look at that, okay? It's already being done. Your job is to make sure that the counties are doing things all the same way. It's so simple. There's a county already doing this. You just have to say all the counties need to do this. You're just holding them accountable to what they're already supposed to be doing.
I understand, and I think that there's a way to get there. The problem is that, once again, this is substantial changes to a rule that, that the board has before them, and we can't make these substantial changes this much of a, if it's a one or two word thing, that's one thing, but when you're taking out half the rule and then adding stuff into it, that's a substantial change.
There's no additions, it's all removals, because the
Well, it's
addition
the-
is the same meaning.
The word
There's-
written, the word provide, the word upon.
That's just a clarification, we can take that, because there's nothing other than a written. I just added, it's an adjective.
I understand.
Okay.
The chair has ruled that this is substantial changes to this rule.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Dr. Johnson.
I think one of the concerns when this petition was first presented was a question about privacy. And is there somebody, do you have somebody here that's to speak
Yes.
about the
If
privacy
you guys would like
issue?
to hear more of that, we can
Could
go
we
over that
hear about
presentation.
that? I think that was the major part of the conversation when this was first presented. Oh,
I would also make sure that we regard the Attorney General's recommendation on this as well, that this is beyond the scope of our rulemaking authority, which we received notification on last week. Because this is a different rule, I would like to confer again with attorneys to know whether or not this remains beyond the scope of our authority. Because this is a different role altogether. And I have also, I believe all of us received comments from other counties reiterating the concern about privacy.
This rule was not addressed in such a way by the AG at all. The numbered list of voters is already out there. It's already being posted. This was not addressed in their response.
The question is not whether or not the list is available. The question is whether we have the authority to mandate that the counties publish this as opposed to simply making it available by open records. It is a fine distinction, but this board has very limited authority within the scope. Counties can choose to undertake actions that they're not required to by law, but we cannot require them by law if we don't have that authority. And that is the crux of whether or not we can do this lawfully.
And maybe you can just refer to the sunshine laws as far as that is something that should be provided.
Right, and there's no question that and there's no question that providing this information is good for transparency. There is a very large question whether we can force counties to publish this. That is legislating, not regulating.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just need to make the point, there are essential documents and data that need to be recorded and available for every election. The first is a qualified electors list. That's the list of the voters that are eligible to vote in that election. That is essential, it's required, it's critical. And whether a county allows somebody, a candidate or someone, to see that list or have access to the list would be counter to proper conduct of election. So I'm just going to put that out there. Second, the numbered list of voters is the list of people who came in to vote for that election. That also is an essential document and piece of election information that everyone should have available, not just for the county election office, not just for the Secretary of State, not just for the State Election Board. That is a document that is a public document, and it's how we all make sure that the qualified list of electors, the eligible people to vote, is consistent with the people that actually came in to vote. That everyone that came in to vote can be found on the qualified electors list. So this discussion about within our authority, or who can do this or that, or who provides this or that, I find irrelevant. This is something that we must have. And as far as I know, the qualified list of electors and the numbered voter list has not been provided to anyone I know in the last 4 years. And I want to know why. So, Ms. Adams?
Hit your button, please. You're on.
Is that working? I just want to weigh in on this. I did an open records request several weeks ago in Fulton County for the problems that I had found in the primary election, and I asked for the numbered list of voters for the 3 precincts that I found the problems, and the response was there was no responsive documents. So a board member can't get this document. Just wanted to make that point, because I mean, it is an elections document that should be available to the public. And as a board member, I could not receive it.
I don't think anybody's denying that. I think it's just the technical aspects of this rule and whether
think
this board can take action on it today. So, it's
Or
a
I think
process.
somebody is denying it. Here's an old paper numbered voter list. Okay, 3 columns, 120 names on this page, up to 160 on the next page. This is produced at every polling site. And this is, I mean, this is old-fashioned, this is retro, I guess, on paper, for goodness sakes. But this is what it is, and this is what we must have. And if it's produced by, by Dominion, or PollPad, No Ink PollPad, great, but produce it, and produce it as close to the close of polls as possible. Within the hour, this list should be produced and available. And yes, it has names, it has no other information, but the name of the voter. This is our cross-check.
So if we're just showing the name of the voter, yeah, let me see that. Are we showing, so we're not gonna have the timestamp, we're not gonna have party affiliation or any of that stuff?
There's no party affiliation. The timestamp is there because that's part of the No Ink, the program. That's how it saves everybody. When you
Okay.
check in, there's a timestamp.
So I just want to make sure, because I'm looking at I know you're going to go over this, but I'm looking at the poll book data, and it does have party on the side. It says nonpartisan in this column, but I just want to make sure.
Is it a primary? That could be a,
General. This is general, November 3rd, 2020. But, so I want to know, which list are we going to get? One that has a timestamp, or we're going to get just the name?
okay, let me show you the,
That's old. It takes too long to put it back.
This
This is what they get from knowing, this is what everybody would do. It's just the name, ID, polling place, time. I am perfectly willing to advocate that counties do this voluntarily. I think it's great practice, without the timestamp personally. That's another issue. But to suggest that whether or not we have the legal authority to do this is not relevant is is problematic. I mean, the point is, we're an agency. We are not elected officials. We do not legislate. We cannot force counties to do something that the law doesn't already require.
Well, the last I read, one of the duties of the state election board is to promulgate rules that provide for uniform conduct of elections.
Consistent with the law.
So if a county is doing this, and has the ability to do this, and actually Cobb County does this, and it's, like I said, it's an essential piece of the record of the election, then I think it would be certainly within our authority and duty to provide this uniform document for all counties.
And Mr. Chairman, I think I could address the legal issue as well as the privacy issue. OCGA 212456A requires the counties to produce the numbered list of voters. OCGA 212401B requires them to produce a certified electors list. The election data, the voter registration data is the county's data. It's not the Secretary of State's. So just because the Secretary of State has a system doesn't mean that they own the data. So it is the county's data. So I think we could resolve that one, and then whenever you're ready, I think I can help you resolve the privacy issue.
So at this point, because we are we are changing the rule as it was written, could we hear? I'm trying to think of how do we go about doing this to make sure we're within proper procedures?
What we need to do is, we either need to have an up or down vote on this rule that's presented to us here. The rule that she presented today has substantial changes on it. We can't make those changes today. So we need to do an up and down vote on this rule, and then she is free to work with you as she is on the other rules to perfect this particular rule. And then she can re-present it, and go through the proper procedures, obviously.
We can't table it until the October meeting with the amendments?
The problem with table, we can't make the amendments in this meeting. We can't make the amendments in. We have to vote on what's been presented to us previously and published. And so tabling it just furthers this discussion.
Yeah, we'll be discussing.
It's the same as the last two rules.
Okay.
We need to up or down, and then, or she can withdraw it. She always has the option to withdraw it and perfect it, and then, so,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Dr. Johnson.
may I inquire of Member Gazal what the violation of statute is that she referred to?
What I'm talking about is we're constrained by code. We cannot, it's fundamental to administrative law that the delegation of authority is limited by what statute has defined. We can't force counties to undertake activities that are not within the code. We absolutely can enforce the law that these lists must be made available. We cannot define the way in which they are made available. That is simply, it's fundamental administrative law that I'm talking about. And if you would refer to the Attorney General's opinion, the Attorney General is of the opinion that, let me pull that up, that this provision itself is solely under the authority of the Secretary of State.
So basically what you're saying is that we can tell them that they are supposed to make this information available. We can't tell them to do it by way of a link?
Correct, yeah, exactly.
So, but if our job is also to create uniform processes, if other counties are doing it that way, why can't we just ask that all counties do it the same way as the other counties?
Because that goes beyond what our authority is. We can say they have to make it available because that's what the law says, but uniformity only goes so far when you have 159 counties with 159 different levels of, it doesn't have to, uniformity doesn't mean identical processes and procedures. And it's just
Uniformity doesn't mean identical?
not
What does
necessarily.
uniformity mean?
Uniformity means to make sure that the same basic information is available. But there are counties that don't have websites, and it's beyond what we can do. This is just beyond our authority to say you have to publish it on, because
Well,
otherwise.
the rule says, or issue it via email if you don't have a website. So what other way would it be provided? I mean, if this is not, I don't know if we're I don't think we're creating a new method of sharing the information. There's only two ways of sharing it, either electronically or via email or in person.
Or electronically via email, via memory card, USB drive, because that's what some people would want. There are lots of ways of doing it. We can't.
So if we
can't
made
dictate.
it,
We
okay.
can't dictate.
So while amending this or working on this, if we took out the accessible by link and just said it needs to be freely accessible, then we can do that.
Yeah, because they are subject to open records. Absolutely. And again, for transparency, it's important that these records are made available.
How are they
100%.
provided? When someone does an open records request, how is the information provided?
It depends on the amount of data. Some people will request it on email, but some people will also request it on a USB stick or a memory card, and the counties will provide that. The counties have to provide the memory, the USB sticks, they can't be provided by the public. But in some cases, that is what would be done.
Ms. Adams, what were you saying?
I'm just saying what I said before is I did an open records request in Fulton and
You got nothing.
no responsive document.
If the document was not created already, if that list did not exist as a standalone list, open records does not require.
It's a lot of elections, it's election material, right? Required by law for each county to have.
Then I would have a conversation with the county administrators about that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a clarification question here.
Sure.
If what Ms. Gazal is saying about you can't compel the counties how to make the information available, then can I ask you how this board was able to pass the rule that Ms. Gail Lee, presented to take the final reconciliation that was due to the Secretary of State 30 days after the election and compel the counties to either make it available on their website or make it available in their office? And then I guess I'd ask the same thing about Mr. Jeffrey's role, where the number of voters who voted each day is made available. I guess I don't see the difference between those two rules and what we're asking the counties to do here.
I actually had that thought myself this weekend and regretted my vote over those, because I thought that probably also surpassed the capacity of what we were allowed to do. What the number of voters is something that's already being done. But that is a very good point, and I do believe that we probably surpassed our authority in that.
You're still here to talk about it. So I'm recommending that, based on everything that we've been telling you, there is no danger. You are not going to be in danger if you pass this. You are not going to be in violation if you make edits. You are legally allowed to make amendments and pass this.
We've been advised by our Attorney General that we can make very small edits, not substantial edits, and small edit would be 1 or 2 words here and there. What you're doing is redacting
Substantial
rule.
meaning to the meaning. We're not just talking about like volume of words. We are talking about the meaning. The meaning has not changed.
The meaning has changed because you're taking requirements away from the Secretary of State that you had put on the Secretary of State. That's a substantial change.
The meaning is to have the numbered list of voters available to the public. That is the only meaning. Who does that, how they do it, can be debated. But the meaning has not changed, that we do need that numbered list of voters. And I'm just imploring you to, if you agree with that, if you agree that that needs to be made available to the public, you can help you can help me help you to do this, instead of fighting me on every little step of the way. We can help actually make this happen together. I'm very open to any amendments to help us all. I've heard from everybody say that this is good for transparency and this is a good item to have, and it's something we already have. I'm asking you to just find a way to make the numbered list of voters available, and even the board members, they don't have it. They have to certify an election, and this coming up election, nothing different will happen. The same thing will happen when someone asks for this.
Okay, Ms. Frazier, I think where we're a little confused, this is where, okay, let me see if I can explain this. So when you submitted this rule, the rule went out to the public as well. The public was able to review this rule, and they could have come and during public comments shared their thoughts on it as well. The rule that you are submitting to us today is a redacted version of the rule that went to the public. So what we're saying is we need to get that redacted version to the public. Because if we were to rule and pass it today, we will be passing something that the public was not able to review.
We're ruling on for it to go to the public today. It has not gone for the 30 days to the public. That is the time when the public makes the.
It's posted on
It's
our,
post-
on our website for 20 days.
Right, but
which
isn't the
allows-
30-day time when it's frozen? The rule is frozen at that point, like whatever changes, you can't make any other changes, that's the public's time, and you can deny it in 30 days. If there's a serious problem,
What
you
I'm
can
saying
deny
is,
it.
and correct me if I'm wrong, but each of these rules, each of these petitions that went before us, that come before us, they are posted for a period of time prior to us coming here to decide whether we're going to send it into rulemaking. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that posting goes to the public.
Yeah, there's
This-
two sections on the website. There's the initial posting.
Right.
And then there's the rulemaking posting.
Correct. Well, this new, the redacted version has not gone into the initial posting process.
Correct, but I think the initial posting is more for everybody to figure out if this is good and come back and then change it if needed before it goes into the public as
Correct.
final.
Correct. That did not happen
That's what I'm
doing
advocating
today.
happening during this meeting, because it's not substantial enough for you to not understand what the changes are.
What you're asking us to do is, you're asking us to take this meeting as the posting, right? So basically what you're saying is this redacted version that you're sharing with us today, you're asking that we take this moment today to replace that period of time that it's normally posted.
No, because it's not adding anything new. So if there was an issue with any of the language currently,
To you, this is, you understand it because you wrote it.
Well,
But there are
I'm-
other people that may look at this and say, hey, now I'm thinking about it from a different perspective.
correct, I think I was asking initially for the SOS and the counties to do something. I'm currently still asking the counties to do something. So nothing is new. I'm not asking anything new of anybody. So if you're concerned of the counties coming back and saying, I can't do this, they did have the 20-day period to see that this was going to be an ask. So if that's the concern, if we're putting something on somebody, that person was already identified, and they could have spoken up about it in these last 20 days if they had a problem.
So what if there was a person who agreed with the rule because they saw that the SOS was also a part of it, but now they don't agree with it because you removed the SOS from it? They should have a say as well.
That's a good question.
So that's what I'm saying. There's a reason why we post it for a certain period of time, and then we come and we talk about it, and then it go through the 30-day process. So what I'm wanting to find out from the board is that's what I think where our dilemma is that we thought that we were going to be talking about what was posted, but you're presenting us something that was not posted.
I'm not sure there's a dilemma on that, actually. The chair would entertain a motion.
I'm gonna make a motion to deny this petition.
We have a motion from Member Jeffries to deny the petition. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny this petition. Any discussion?
Was there there was a presentation we were going to make, but I just wanted to,
As long as we're denying
we-
it, so that I don't mind working with you to get it, uploaded correctly.
We have a motion and a second to deny this petition. All those in favor of denying it signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chair,
I-
point of order. Is it the amended petition or the original?
The original
The
petition.
original. Yeah. Aye.
Dr. Johnson?
Nay.
The motion carries to deny this petition 3-1.
I will add this to the other one, and we'll work on it. I'm thinking there's a way to combine it and just have one rule, and then we'll represent it.
Give me 1 minute.
I'll take more than that.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I move it for a 10-minute comfort break.
Well, I'm trying to coordinate this with lunch.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Well, lunch will be here between 12 and 12:15. I think we ought to just go ahead and break for lunch, which will give us time to.
Have our comfort break.
Do we have a motion to recess for lunch?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. We will recess for lunch. We will be back in 1 hour. 1 hour. So at 12:50, we'll come out of recess. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could you turn off the lights?
Yeah.
You checked in your bag?
David, you check underneath your table by chance?
What are we missing?
Nobody.
No, what is he missing?
Oh, it's his computer. He said he left his laptop laying on the table and it's gone. Not good.
Has the video been recording also?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yikes.
It's been a rough weekend.
Meeting of state election board is called back into session. We're going to go a little bit out of order. We've had some additions to the agenda. We'll start with Sally Grubbs' petition. She wanted to come after lunch. So, Ms. Grubbs, if you'd like to return to the podium, please. And then we'll follow up with a petition by Marilyn Marks. And since we don't have hard copies of the petition, we'll try and put it up on the screen and on these screens where we can see it. And then we'll follow up with a night of new business, which is discussion of voter challenges, complaints. So we'll, yeah, but I'm just, because of timing for different individuals, I'm changing the lineup a little bit. Yeah, yeah. All right. Ms. Grubbs,
Yes, sir.
you've already had your 10 minutes.
Is this the grilling part?
Yes, you've already had your 10 minutes.
So if I could just get someone to make a motion to approve my petition for rulemaking and then get someone to second it, you can vote and I'll be out of your way and we can get on to Ms. Marks.
I think Dr. Johnston was going to provide some technical advice to the board.
Thank you. I spoke with a couple of engineers, and basically the response I got was it was a definite, it depends. And it depends on the file, the number of images, some of the parameters of the system. So I really don't have enough information to provide you something definite like that. Certainly, it would be smaller, easier and doable to get this at the county level. But I couldn't say for certain that it would be in an X number of hours.
I think that there's one other point that I think the board should consider too, is that this board passed a rule on Friday which allows for the hand counting of the pieces of paper ballots the day after the election, which may further complicate things if they're having to then count all those ballots and deal with this. So there's just a lot that's happening around that time. So 24 hours concerns me, as I have said earlier, being able to respond within 24 hours, and which we have even more complicated by the rule that we passed on Friday as far as the hand counting of the pieces of paper. So,
Well, actually, what I'm talking about would happen after that, because this is after those ballots have been accounted for and transmitted to the elections office, the Central Tabulation Center. Plus the fact you have the images as they are scanned into the scanner, that work's already been done. So it's not like you have poll workers who are working on doing that. It's a completely separate process.
It is.
So the data is already there, it's just transmission of that data, so, or posting of that data, and, you know, it's already done, so there wouldn't be any added burden on the poll workers because that's already scanned into the memory cards.
Well, but the additional, I mean, the counting of the pieces of paper can take place at a centralized location, not just at the poll, and it can involve other than the original poll workers from the, they can take it to another location, take it to the central location.
Yeah,
and
but
do
that
it.
doesn't have anything to do with this rule.
Well, it's just more work happening within the 24 hours after the actual election takes place.
This would be if they requested it, right? Like it's not like they have to prepare these lists.
It's upon request.
Independent requests from candidates.
I agree, and we don't know what that's going to entail, how many requests that will be. I mean,
That's why it's suggested that they, you know, that's why it's added that the public record request for ballot images may be satisfied by the superintendent timely posting such ballot images to the public website. I mean, they can be one and done and not have 50 gazillion ORR requests if they just post it on their website.
well, I said I don't disagree with what you're trying to do. I just disagree with the time limit that you're trying to do it in. So.
Right, and again, we just want to be sure that there's no delay in certification, since that, you know, it's like, certification. But at the same time, you have candidates who have invested a lot of time and money in running for office, and, you know, if they're close to that 0.5% on a recount, you know, it's only fair for them to be able to look at that evidence and get it in, and by the time you have the election and then you have certification, there's not a lot of time there, and to be able to take full advantage of the recount rules, it's the right thing to do.
I mean, if they were to request, if they were to put their ORR requests in, let's say 3 days before the election takes place, then that data would they would be expected to have that data 24 hours after the election, right?
That's correct.
Unfortunately, there's a technicality with the way ORRs work. If you make a request before a record exists, then there are no responsive records at the time of the request. You can't make the request until the data exists.
That's what I was thinking, too,
So
is
you
you
can't
can't-
make the request until election night. I'm getting messages from election supervisors about the amount of data that this would require on their websites because, again, you know, going back to what Fulton County's ballot images from the presidential preference primary, very low turnout, were over 1 gigabyte, and that costs money. So if you're, again, I don't disagree that this is a good idea in principle, but we don't have enough data right now, information to really inform rulemaking yet. Aside from the fact that I still stand on the fact that ballot images are explicitly governed by open records. So
Where does it say that they're explicitly governed by open records?
There is a provision in Title 50 that says ballot images are governed by open records. It is, I believe, subparagraph H. But I can look that up.
Wouldn't this be a discussion that would take place during those 30 days? So if we were to approve it, wouldn't this be what would be debated during that time period?
I was going to say, at this part of the process, I wasn't under the impression that all the questions had to be answered as of today. That would be part of the rulemaking process.
You know, I think today it's whether or not we think this is a good rule and if we should initiate the process, correct?
The normal rulemaking process is you do all the deliberations and the research before you initiate rulemaking, because once
Well,
you
yeah,
initiate rulemaking, you can't make changes.
No, I mean,
And then you
I
have
get
to start
that.
over.
I mean, I get that, but I don't think there's changes that wanted to be made. I think what I'm saying is that when you're saying you're getting messages from supervisors, I mean, that's the whole point of us putting it out for 30 days to the public. So that you're not just getting messages, but we're all getting
Right.
those messages.
No, absolutely, that is 100% fair. But it troubles me that we're considering initiating rulemaking process when it's very clearly governed by open records.
Well,
That's
can you check,
kind
you
of
said,
black
where is
letter
it? You
law.
said title
Okay.
where? I would like to see, I don't want to just
Members,
make.
members, please. One at a time.
Yep.
I
Oh, we
can't-
were fine, okay.
No,
Yeah.
we can't understand when there's two people talking at the same time.
And the court reporter can't transcribe, so
That's fine.
that's hard. No, I will look it up, and give me 1 second.
Yeah. I would like to read it myself, too.
Of course. There we go, 501871K. Thank you.
What is that? Where is this? What is
OC
this?
There we go. There we go. OCGA, Title 50, 501871, right of access, subparagraph K. Scanned ballot images
Would you
created by...
speak into the microphone, please?
Oh. Scanned ballot images created by a voting system authorized by Chapter 2 of Title 21 shall be public records, subject to disclosure under this article.
I think the intent of the article was the fact that the ballot images would be subject to an open records request in that they be made public.
Right.
Not necessarily that they're limited by the open records timeframe.
It is,
Because they are election records, and if you go back to 21-272, they are to be, except where otherwise provided, I understand that, and I've read that. So would it make you feel better to go to 3 days from the election?
Well, I've been arguing that for a while, but you didn't seem to like that argument very much.
I don't like that argument very much, because I'm going to be like, I want what I want, and I want it now.
Yeah, I realize that you want exactly what you want.
But in all legitimacy, when you are talking about, most people, you know, if you think about an election and you think about these candidates, I'm sure like Michelle Long Spears didn't think at the time that she was going to be looking at an issue in her race in DeKalb County when there were 0 votes in her precinct. You know, sometimes it takes a while to wrap your head around it. Not every candidate thinks, oh my gosh, now I got to go hire an election attorney. I mean, when you run for office, are you thinking I've got to preemptively fight for my race? No, you were thinking, and then, you know, because the media and people have made such a big deal about certification, I'm just trying to be sure that every avenue is available to ensure that certification doesn't run into problems, because there's legitimate issues where it could be solved by reviewing the ballot images and the data.
Ms. Krebs, would you agree that 3 days is substantially better than what they have right now?
Something's better than nothing,
Is that a yes?
I guess. So would you initiate the process at 3 days? Would you vote for me, Mr. Chairman, since you voted against me the other day?
I would support initiating rulemaking procedures if it was based on 3 days.
I will call you on that, and I will agree.
You don't want to raise me?
I won't raise you.
72 hours?
This actually says not to exceed 3 days, just for the record.
Correct, not to exceed.
I am simply one small vote on this.
You're
board.
one small vote, but you are a very important vote.
Not usually.
And, I mean, because you don't have to vote. But I thank you for voting for me. In fact, I'm sure you can't make the motion, but I bet Senator Jeffries would be happy to make the motion.
The chair can make a motion, yes. The
Well, I
chair-
just
the
meant
chair
in
has
your
that-
heart, that's all.
Are there any further questions from the board on this?
I know the Secretary of State is supposed to provide the ballot images on their website, but we don't know when they're going to provide those ballot images, correct? Now, according to here, they're supposed to have them within 3 days of an open records request. They're supposed to provide that, but we don't know when they're gonna have it on their website.
Correct. And there's a history of not really providing information in a timely fashion.
So we're at a dilemma, because the dilemma is we could, forego this rule, tell everyone to submit an open records request and just hope to God they get it, although we have precedent that they probably won't. And then, or we can move forward with this rule, and then while it's in rulemaking processes, we can, get our feedback from attorneys.
Correct.
And see what needs to be done, if there needs to be some form of an amendment. But I think we're all in agreement that the open records request process is not good. I mean, several of us have struggled with that.
I was going to say, you keep saying 3 days, but as someone that's done hundreds of those record requests, they only have to reply within 3 days.
Correct.
You have to receive a response email from them from 3 days when they receive it. That's not getting information, that's just getting a reply.
I agree, I'm with you. So I personally think we should approve this rule just so that we can see what we can do with this, because obviously something needs to be corrected.
I want to read this out. This came in from Douglas County.
To everybody?
Yeah, well,
Oh, just
yes,
you?
yes. Said Douglas County uploaded all the 2020 ballot images to our website, but it took all available data. This is a problem for smaller counties.
That was statewide data, or was that just for the county?
Douglas County.
Does this information go on the website? Oh,
Yeah, what data are they referring to?
The ballot images. They uploaded all the ballot images from 2020 to their website, and it took all of their available data on that website.
So they're saying they uploaded all of the ballot images from,
2020.
for the county, or Douglas County uploaded all of the 2020 ballots on our website?
For it to happen.
So, Mr. Chair, as Ms. Grubbs' petition reads, the public records request may be satisfied by posting on the website. It's not required. So this request for the images and cast vote record could be satisfied with a flash drive. So if the counties don't have that sufficient, storage for these images, then it can certainly be satisfied with requests. And I would like to make a friendly amendment to change to 72 hours, if Ms. Grubbs would accept that. And I would like to vote on this petition.
To change, what is your amendment?
To change the 24 hours request to 72 hours. And it says, as it reads, it says shall produce. It doesn't say in compliance with the open records request, but it says shall produce. Because the timeliness is important for candidates who need or feel they need this information, and for looking at cast vote records. So I think we should do our best to help candidates in their election review and possibly a contest of an election in any way that we can.
Are there any other comments, questions from the board? The chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept this petition for rulemaking with the, as written, with the exception of 24 hours is changed to 72 hours.
We have a motion made by Member Johnson to initiate rulemaking procedures on 183-1-12-.13 storage of returns with changing 24 hours to 72 hours. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we will vote by voice vote in order of seniority. Member Gazal? And this is simply to initiate rulemaking
Yes,
procedures.
exactly.
Right.
To initiate rulemaking, aye.
Member Gazal votes aye. Member Johnston?
Aye.
Member Jeffries? Member King?
Aye.
The chair will exercise this right to vote,
Come on, you can do it.
and will vote aye.
Yay! Woo! Thank you, and specifically, thank you, Ms. Gazal. I appreciate it very, very much. It's nice to have all eyes.
Ms. Marks, the next item on the agenda is to consider a petition from Ms. Marks. Ms. Marks, you've initiated a couple of petitions. This one, was this deferred, Alexander? Continued? It's continued, okay.
Okay, so can I do my remarks
Y'all gonna have to,
first
you have to
and
move
then
your
I'll plug
screens
it
up
in?
where you can read this.
Do that? Okay.
Make sure that this.
Yeah, it should. Thank you.
Member Gazal, you put your screen up so you can read it, since we don't have hard
Okay.
copies of it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was talking over you and didn't hear you, so if you gave me instructions, I didn't hear it.
Well, I was telling the board that we need to put our screens up, and this screen is not working.
What's the first
Maybe
button?
Turn it on, button.
Bottom right.
Where? There.
And I will plug this in just a moment. I was going to comment, and then I'll plug this in, if that's okay?
Okay. This technology's not my friend.
Sorry about that. Well, I've presented this so many times, you probably have it memorized anyway, so.
All right.
No, thank you.
Do you want to wait just a minute and let Member Jeffries return?
Oh, sure, sorry.
Yeah, because you remember the
We're just going to give him about 2 minutes
I'll
until he
just-
returns.
So I'll just play with this and experiment for just a moment, just to make sure that.
I'm sure he wouldn't want to miss a minute of this.
This may be where I need. Okay, let's see. Is it coming in on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Shall I scroll up and let you look at this while we're waiting for him? Because you see everything is...
Yes, let me just make, so where you're lining through, that was part of the original petition to remove that part of the rule, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So you didn't change this at all?
And the first part I did not. Now, if we scroll down to,
I can't
Where's-
scroll anything, so.
okay, it should be showing black now, some black print. You
Uh,
can see page 3 of 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got rid of, what was up above was and I don't mean to jump ahead of Senator Jeffries here.
No, I'm just trusting that this is the exact same rule that you presented before with no changes to it.
That is correct.
Okay.
Presented in August is when we actually finally got around to presenting it.
The August 19th meeting,
6th?
August 6th meeting?
Maybe?
Okay.
Yes. It was intended for July 9th, and then July 12th, and then August 6th. And at that time, and again, I'm sorry if I should wait, but at that time, it was tabled.
It was tabled on
And
July
you
30th,
asked me
I
to
think.
work with Dr. Johnston. And that's where we are now.
Okay.
And just to explain what's in front of you, the
And this is to initiate rulemaking procedures, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And what's in front of you is,
Take it off the table, don't you? So you can hear it
Okay.
properly.
the reason all that is crossed out is that gets rid of the current rule that requires machine recount. And what is in the current rule is the instructions for machine recounts and the instruction for manual recounts if a court were to order a manual recount. And so what we're saying here is we're not supposed to have machine recounts anyway. Let's just go essentially with the rule that is in place for a manual recount, and then we have made a few additions to that. And that's what's in
All right,
red.
let's do this. My executive director tells me we need to make a motion to remove this from the table so that we can hear it. So we'll do that first before, Member Jeffries, do we have a motion to remove this from the table?
So moved.
We have a motion removed from the table. We have a second.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 3-0 to remove this from the table. You can now hear it at this meeting, and we'll, you want to see if he's lost, maybe? I really want him to be involved in this, if possible.
So may
Can we
I?
send the police after him?
So may I take this chance to thank you for what you just did for transparency in approving Ms. Grubbs' rule. It will be tremendously helpful. There are a lot of people here, the press as well, I know, and for CGG, we request ballot images quite a lot, not just after big elections, but little ones. And we get everything from immediate production, like within hours, to people saying, nope, we don't give them away until a week after certification. So having this clarity from the board on what your intent is will be very helpful. Thank you.
I had a comment to make about Ms. Grubbs, but I'll withhold it, so.
Apparently, we're going to get to talk about Ms. Grubbs' session.
Yes, ma'am.
So today, if you approve this rule at this stage of the game, and it goes through 30 days, and you get comments, and you decide you don't meet, let's say today you approve it and you think everything's hunky-dory, and then you go through the 30-day comments, and you get some things that you don't like. I don't understand why you can't go back and make some amendments there to where everybody's happy with it. I mean, when you approve it today, it still isn't set in stone. And you've got this 30 days to kind of massage it. But when you come back in 30 days, you can't massage it. You have to either accept it or reject it. Now, I don't know who sets up the rules, and I don't know where they set them up, but it seems to me logically that if we're putting any rule out for this 30-day period to get comments, that there ought to be an opportunity before we accept it or totally reject it, to adjust it to where it works. Does that make sense?
The problem is that if you make alterations to it, then it has to be published again for more comments, because the alterations you make may offend somebody else may like it, so we can't make,
But then you can vote to publish it again.
we'd have to start,
What I just don't want it to do is to go back to, to the garbage heap and have to start all over with the 20 days and the 30 days. I just want to know what is the most expedient way to get a rule. And I understand when you pass a rule, you want it to be a good rule. But like today, if you vote on this and you approve it, then there will be some comments. And that's kind of what's happened to some of our rules. They've gotten approved,
You can make those changes, but you just have to send it back to the public.
Yeah, the most expedient way to get a rule passed would be to, if you have a rule you want to propose, to get with a board member or two before you even submit the rule, and go through the process on the front end of, this is objectionable, this is not, this violates law, this doesn't, and try and work those out on the front end so that we don't have to discuss it and go back and back and back again. So if people would just come to us beforehand and say, hey, I'm proposing this, would you work with me on this to make sure that the board would, it's acceptable to the board?
Is that in that initial 30, once you get a new rule, because I remember one of the past meetings, it seemed like, Ms. Gazal brought up some stuff that I think everybody else had approved it, but then I think it was about the privacy or something. But that if each one of y'all would, when there, because we don't have 50 rules that are submitted, but in that 20-day period, if you have a problem with it, if you would get back to that person, so when they bring it, it has all the sausage made in it before it gets to the point where you go to the, if we got input during that 20 days from each one of y'all that had a problem with it, and it could be worked out in that 20 days, so when it comes for the 30-day review, it would pretty much be, have everyone's concerns addressed.
That's what I'm suggesting, is that people work on those rules before they submit them so that we can work out all the difficulties. And
Y'all get the rules that you're supposed to be studying. If y'all have a problem with it, to contact the rulemaker, because you're reading them, you're studying them, you're assessing them. And if you have a problem with it, instead of waiting until the 20 days is up and we're here, if you would just reach out to the rulemaker and let them know. So when we do get here, everything has been aired out.
But then we couldn't sit up here and have big arguments over it.
I know, I can speak for me. Sometimes I need to hear other perspectives. And so there are times when I may have concerns, but it's not that, once you correct my concern, it's going to make it a good rule.
Well, but my point is that each one of y'all read each rule and gave the person that input, and then that person can reach back out to you if they, I'm just saying, if you could do a lot of this stuff that you're talking about, if it can be done earlier in the rule, and because the rulemaker, when they're gonna call Dr. Johnson, and they're gonna call Mr. Jefferson, and they're gonna call you, and then they're gonna call Ms. Janelle and Ms. Sarah, in a way, it's putting more work on y'all.
Will you push your button, please?
But y'all,
Now push that little red button on the front, down there on the table.
quiet anyway. But it would just be if it would help the rulemaker get the rule to a better passage point earlier in the game than waiting until we come here before everybody. If when you get the rule and you read it and you have a problem with it, if you would shoot the rulemaker an email or say, would you call me or would you do something? And if we did that in the first 20 days, instead of coming here and oh, well, no, that's substantially changed too much. We got to go back to this. I'm just saying if we could all work together a lot earlier, these meetings wouldn't be as long, we'd get more done. I think everybody'd be happier.
If this was a full-time job, I think that would help us too. I mean, the spirit of transparency, I will be honest, I personally don't have the capacity to go through every single rule with each petitioner ahead of time, but I can present my arguments, and that's why we have our discussions. But I'm just being transparent.
Well, I know, but if you're going to do it here, well, I know, but I mean, if you're going to do it here, it seems to me like it would be easier to do it ahead of time. I'm just making a suggestion. You do whatever you want. But we wouldn't be, I don't think these meetings would be this long and this drawn out, and just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm the same thing Member King, I have a full-time job, believe it or not, and still spend 20 to 30 hours a week on this job.
But
And we all read all the rules prior to them coming before it, and I reach out to various election administrators and the Secretary of State and AG and try and get the best information I can before coming in here from a lot of different sources to make my decisions. And should this board have a more deliberative process? Yeah. I mean, but these things have come, a lot of them, in the last couple of months, in addition to the cases that we hear and everything else. And so it really is almost a timing issue sometimes, and having time available to, but I don't disagree with you.
I'm just saying.
You know, I wish I got
a stitch in
paid for
time
this
saves
position.
none.
Yeah. I don't disagree. We have everybody back.
Okay, great,
Marks.
thank you. Great. I want to voice my appreciation, and on behalf of CGG, our appreciation for the deliberative process that you do undertake. Is really quite significantly different from the previous boards, and the fact that you're willing to interact with citizens on the concerns about the petitions is very much appreciated. If that had been the case back in, say, 2020, I don't think you would be having to hear from me today about this particular rule, because the rule that we are challenging today is one that was put in 2020 without such a deliberative process. You were asking, Mr. Chairman, about the timeline of the rule that we're proposing. Just to be clear, we submitted it first in April. You all heard it in May. You had some concerns that you wanted to think more, do a little more research on the recount rule. We then resubmitted it in June, we tweaked it a little bit based on what we learned in the Coffee County discretionary recount, tiny little tweaks. Then you and I have just gone.
In July.
We submitted it in June, and I think you heard it in July.
Yeah.
Right. No, excuse me. For July meeting, you were meant to hear it in July, and then that meeting got extended.
Right.
Then you did hear it in August and wanted more time for research, and asked Dr. Johnston and I to work together on this, or Dr. Johnston and me to work together on this. And so now here we are facing a November election where we expect close elections, what all the pundits say. And chances are there are going to be candidates who need recounts. And I think that they need to be able to rely on a rule that gives them a lawful recount. The decision really should be straightforward because the law is clear. It requires manual recounts. In 2019, the legislature enacted HB 316, and it was very clear for electronic ballot marking device elections, manual recounts are required. Furthermore, the board itself submitted findings in the Curling case stating that your expert recommends manual recounts and that Georgia law requires manual recounts. At this point, there really can't be any legitimate debate about what the law requires and the board's understanding of that requirement. So with close races coming up and recounts highly likely, it's really unjust to force candidates into costly court battles just to obtain a lawful recount. While Harris or Trump are not going to find any problem getting the funds to go to court to demand a lawful manual recount, your local candidate for sheriff or county commissioner or tax assessor is probably not going to find that so easy. That undermines the fairness of the election process. An issue for this board will be the potential delays in certifying results at the county level or the state level that require recounts. Forcing candidates to go through the courts will materially extend the certification process for days, if not weeks, as the legal filings have to go into court, hearings and judicial orders would have to be awaited before the recount could even begin. Then it would have to be certified. We've heard so many concerns in the last few weeks about the perceived potential delays in certification because of new SEB rules. This current rule, promulgated by a previous board, introduces unnecessary delays and unlawful delays in certification. By allowing that obstacle to remain, this board will open itself up to further criticism for permitting a clearly avoidable delay in the election certification process. So, while this board may believe that there are better ways to conduct recounts than manually, the fact remains that it's not a decision for this board to make. The decision for this board is to have a rule that complies with the law. I welcome any questions on our rule proposal. It's been before you before. I strongly recommend that you move it forward for rulemaking, put it into the 30-day process. If the General Assembly disagrees that that was their intent for manual recount, they will certainly let you know. And again, I'll be happy to take questions. I will put up the rule
Marilyn.
onto your screens and hopefully this screen.
Marilyn, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Marks, could
Yes.
you share with me, because I was not on the board in May, and so could I just get a brief overview of what the problem is that we're solving with this rule?
The
Rule
problem
change.
that we're solving is not a May problem, it's a 2020 problem. In 2020, before there was such a good exchange process between the public and the board, the board adopted recount rules now that the state has paper ballots that are being created by the voting system. So they needed to create a rule for how to conduct recounts. And although the law, HB 316, was clear that it needed to be a manual recount, reviewing the paper by hand, with individuals doing physical counting, the previous board adopted the rule that said, nope, we're going to have machine recounts, which was in direct conflict with the law. And what has happened in between, Ms. King, is that several candidates have gone to court to request manual recounts. And they've received them, as far as I know, every time they've done it. But again, it delays certification. So all we're asking you to do today is to create a rule that acknowledges the law, that says, yep, it's supposed to be manual recounts. Let's do them the way generally they were already in rule if somebody had a manual recount. In May, all that happened was when we presented, the board had various questions about how our recounts conducted. You all wanted to go do some research, and we were essentially asked to come back at a later time. So we've been coming back to you.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you have that up on your screens, what we did here is do a cross out of the current rule that requires electronic tabulation or a machine recount. We crossed out the entire thing. And instead, we have taken the portion that was for the manual recount, in the event a manual recount was required by a court, and essentially we have kept it very much the same as the previous board promulgated. We've added a few little clarification points. Sometimes they forgot about independent candidates that might be candidates on the ballot that were not represented by a political party. We have we've said, yeah, you need to reconcile between the number of ballots that you had before and the number of ballots you get in the hand recount. We can go through every one of these if you want to, or we can just take the ones where you have questions. We try to make it clear that poll watchers can watch this carefully and can object politely and professionally if they see a count error. That's something we learned in our Coffee County experience, that people who see an error need to have a way to speak up at the moment rather than letting the error occur. And that when you see these two gray paragraphs, those are the changes that we made between May and June from our experience in Coffee County. And that just had to do with making sure that there was an adequate public notice for the candidates. who would be subject to a recount. And I'm sorry this is coming to you cold again and you haven't had a chance to really study it again, although I know you've had it before you before. Which way shall I scroll? Up, down? What do you need to see?
I'm trying to make sure that there wasn't a change to the law. You're saying the law says it has to be manual?
Yes.
There hasn't been any changes since then?
No, there's
Just
been
wanna
no
make
change
sure.
in the law.
Which law? What's the exact, do you know where I can find that?
I think it is 21-2-379. 23, well, I will have to look. Let's see. Here's my cover letter where I went over it. It should be up on your screen. And yes, the law is at 21-2-379.23 paren little d close paren. And it's on your screen, Ms. King. And it's basically saying that the same kind of artifact controls both a recount and an audit. And it is clear we do audits by hand count, and therefore recounts by hand. Also, I reminded the board that Judge Totenberg in the Curling case wrote the following, and this is in paragraph F of our letter where it asks for legal authorities related to the petition. And Judge Totenberg wrote this in her order. While scanners count the in-person votes based on QR codes in the event of a recount conducted pursuant to OCGA 21-2-495, or an audit conducted pursuant to, gives the statute, the human readable text governs instead of the QR code tabulation. And she gives the citation that we just talked about, and that is on the docket at document 1705, paragraph 31.
Is there somewhere where I can read that it says that this has to be done by manually?
Well, I mean, you can read her order, you can read, we've just looked at the law. The law is 379.
Right, I'm looking at that, and I see where that says that the paper ballot marked and printed by the electronic ballot marker shall constitute the official ballot, which shall be used for and governed the results in any recount conducted pursuant to Code Section 21-495 and any audit conducted pursuant to Code Section 21-498. But I don't see where it says that it has to be, the recount has to be manual.
It does, and then in 21-2495 deals with recounts and recanvass of votes, and it doesn't say anything in there that requires it to be a manual hand recount. I just read through all that.
I will also point out that in 495, E is a very explicit delegation of authority to this board to promulgate rules, regulations, and procedures to implement and administer the provisions of this code section.
That's right,
Now,
that are consistent with law, right.
I was at those meetings as a member of the public in 2020, and I did not necessarily agree with them. I had hoped that there would be an audit requirement whenever there was a recount. At this point, it's my belief that we don't have the authority to require an audit, and I would go to the General Assembly to ask them to require an audit of a hand audit of every recount, because I believe that would be it would provide more confidence in the outcome. But I do not read the law as requiring a manual recount.
I think the law is clear, and certainly the court has interpreted it that it requires a manual recount. And I want to remind this board that you all have filed a request that the court find that the law says that it is a manual recount. And further, the board's request of the court was to find that you all are in compliance with doing manual recounts now.
But the court hadn't ruled on that yet, correct?
Right, but the court has already ruled that it is a manual recount that is required. And you all, and your petition to the court says, yes, it's a manual recount. That really wasn't, the question was that you all put before her was not whether or not it was a manual recount or was required, but that you were in compliance. And to find that your consultant had also recommended a manual recount. There's just no question what the law means.
Could you show the part where the judge's statement about?
Yes, yes. The cover letter in the, give us a citation of a legal authority, if there is any, and that's what is there in paragraph F. And the court's order says, while the scanners count the in-person votes based on QR codes, in the event of a recount or an audit, the human readable text governs instead of the QR code tabulation. Which means, and of course, the only way you can count the human readable text is by hand.
Not true. The audit that is being done this year in conjunction with this election will read the human readable text and not the QR code before.
That's so, always, if I'm hearing you correctly, yes, audits always have hand counts, looking at the...
No, the audit that is being done, and this board is working with the Secretary of State's on, is that they'll read the ballot, but they'll reading the text of the ballot, not the QR code.
Okay, for the audit required by law, the audit required by law requires human beings to look at that human readable text and count those. They ignore the QR code because we can't read QR codes, right?
But the audit that's being done this year is that human readable text is being read by machines.
I believe that's just going to be a supplemental audit because that
Right.
a machine audit is not a statutorily approved audit. According to the law and according to all experts, you don't use software to do an audit. You must do it by hand. What you're talking about, I understand, is a supplemental audit, an informational audit. I wish they had not called them audits because they're not, you can't do a software-dependent audit of an election. It really has to be by hand. That's what the law calls for. So I think we're talking about two different types of post-election audits, but the law definitely, we just read it, calls for a hand RLA.
Ms. Marks, was it the judge that said this about the scanners and the human readable text?
The judge is Judge Totenberg in the Curling v. Raffensperger case, where you all are a party to that case.
Right.
You all are a
The
defendant.
one that's ongoing.
It's still ongoing.
Well, yes, but this is not really a question in front of the court.
So I'm just figuring out who said this. When you said, this says the court's order notes as followed.
Yes,
Whose
that
notes are
was,
these?
from October or November of last year.
But whose notes are they? Is it the judge?
Yes, this is the judge's order. It was
Is it
her
their order or
order.
their notes?
It was her order. You all made a motion for summary judgment. She issued her order on that motion for summary judgment it might have been November of last year. And she was just describing, it was a long order. She was just describing how the election process worked. She wasn't commenting on a question at hand. She was just describing, oh, here's how the voters vote. Here's how the ballots are counted. This is one of her comments in there is here's how recounts are to be done under the law.
Well, I mean, I'm asking these questions because the way it was presented was that the law says that it has to be manual.
Yes,
But
and that's what
I'm
she said.
struggling to see, well, I mean, even if she said it in this case is still ongoing, so it
But
would.
this isn't really a question in front of her. That's not a question that she is going to be ruling on. That's
So
not a
basically-
question that is asked, that she's being asked to comment on. So,
Yeah, I just got to make sure I have full understanding. I'm
I
I'm
understand.
just trying to make sure I understand. So basically, what we're saying is, because it was presented as this is the law,
correct.
and I'm trying to find the law
Okay.
that says that we have to conduct recounts manually.
Okay, so
And what
that's,
you're presenting to me is her interpretation of the law according to her notes in regards to an ongoing case.
In a summary
And-
judgment, not in I mean, the case is going on, so the case didn't end with a summary judgment. The case, it's an ongoing case, which is the problem that I have.
okay, but that is really not a question that she is opining on. I'm just trying to say it's pretty clear to the attorneys, including your own attorneys, that that's what and when we look at the one I have up in front of you right now, 21-2-379.23, when you work through that, it's saying you use the same type of recount, same type of counting mechanism for audits and for recounts. And that's what the law says.
Now, you said our attorneys are in agreement with this. Where is that?
That is in, and I can pull it up for you, but docket number 1821, and it is at the bottom of page 4 on your screen. So what your attorneys put into the findings of fact that they're requesting of the court, says Dr. Juan Gilbert, your expert, testified, recounts and audits should be conducted by human inspection of the human readable portion of the paper ballots. And then you all said that the BMD system conforms with this recommendation.
Yeah. Okay, so Dr. Juan Gilbert, is he an attorney? Is he our
No,
attorney?
he is your technical expert on voting systems.
Has anyone spoken with him? Did anyone here know who he
His
is?
testimony is in the record.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because again, I was not present when this was first, so I'm making sure I understand who they are, because first you said our attorneys, but this is our
Yes,
expert.
well, your attorneys filed this and quoted from your expert. Your attorneys filed document number 1821, and they were quoting from your expert, saying, this is the way you should do it, and then they went on to say, and this is the way it's being done, a manual recount. So I'm happy to continue this discussion and give you the documents. I might make a suggestion. If there is a real question among this board as to what the law really says, then I would recommend you put this in for rulemaking and let the General Assembly, as part of that 30-day rulemaking process, the General Assembly gets a copy of this. And they can tell you if this is not what they meant.
Well, I mean, you presented it as if it was fact.
Well, it is a
So
fact.
I would like to.
It is a
So I think we should be able to find it before we.
Well,
vote on it.
and I'm showing you what the facts are. I don't know how it gets any clearer than this. But these are the facts, that it is under the law, 21-2-379.23. The same method is to be used for audits as for recounts. And that's reading the human readable text by human beings. Then, if we need further evidence than that, the court has said, yeah.
You said reading the human readable text by human beings.
Yes.
Is there any other way to read that human readable text?
Well, the chairman was just talking about reading it by a new computer software program that we don't know anything about yet, but he's saying it could be read by a computer. But yeah, it could. But
Because when you add the by humans, that's not written in here. What's written is human readable text, right? So, I mean, there's a difference, right? I mean, that part is being added.
But you would then have to have that as, in order to use it in a recount, you would have to have that new computer system that the chairman's referring to as part of a certified system, and it's not.
That's what the legislators would have to handle, right?
Well, that would have to go all the way back up to the Election Assistance Commission, get it certified. You're talking about a multi-year process. And we're talking about what the law is now and facing our candidates starting in November.
Okay, my concern is that I hear what you're saying and I hear the interpretation. It appears that the interpretation is being presented, though, as fact. And I just want to make sure I can see where this is coming from. But again, I'm open. I would like to hear from the other board members and their perspective on this as well.
My issue is that in 495, it doesn't say anything about hand-counted ballots at all. And I would think that the legislature, if they had wanted hand-counted ballots, they would have put it in here. This rule will not take effect prior to the election happening this year. There is a legislative session that will take effect prior to the election, the next election, and this board can certainly make a proclamation or recommendation to the legislature to add that in if we feel like it's a good thing for the board to do for the voters of Georgia, and we can let the legislative body handle this, what I view as legislation. I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I just think that there are some things that the legislature needs to handle and some things this body needs to handle. And for me, that's a legislative issue when you're getting to hand counting ballots, and it's not in 495.
Okay, if I may respond to that, 495 tells us when we do a recount. It talks about when recounts are available to the candidate and to the political bodies. What 379.23 tells us is how we do the recount. 495 is when, 379.23 is how. They have told us how. The judges said, yeah, that's right, it's manual. Your attorneys have said, yeah, that's right, it's manual. And so all we are asking you to do is to bring your rule into conformity with the law that is out there. The thing that is really important to understand is if this rule, if it is put on a timely track, would in fact control what happens in November. Because let's take your all your state races and your federal races. They don't get certified until, somebody had that date earlier. Sally, did you have that date? What was the state date for certification, like the 22nd of November or something like that? And then your candidates would have 2 days after that to request a recount. So the rule would be in effect.
I don't see that in 379.23. And if you're talking about section D, it says the paper ballot marked and printed by an electronic ballot marker shall constitute the official ballot and shall be used for and govern the result in any recount conducted pursuant to Code 21-495 and any other audit conducted in
Yes. And now
code. But it says use. It doesn't say though whether you had to look at it and hand count it or whether you can put it back through the machine for another machine count.
But then go to 498, and I don't have that right in front of me. If you go to 21-498, I believe that it is clear that it is a manual process with the human readable text. Thank you, Sally.
Where is it in 498?
Second line on the right.
Okay, right at the end of paragraph B, 21-2-498, paren little b, audits performed under this code section shall be conducted by manual inspection of random samples of paper official ballots. Manual inspection.
And it's talking about risk limiting audits.
Right, and that, this is the type of audit that was presumed in 379.23.
But that deals with risk limiting audits. It doesn't deal with the manual recount of an election.
But 379.23 does. It says that the way you do audits is the same, is the way you were to do recounts. The paper ballot, marked and printed by the electronic ballot marker, yes, they could have been clearer, no doubt, shall constitute the official ballot and shall be used for and govern the result of any recount and any audit.
But it also says manual inspection of random samples of the paper official ballot. So you want them to count all the ballots, or do you want them to do a random sample?
That's for audits, not for recounts. I'm talking,
I know, but
we're just
voting it like it's under this
cross-referencing the audit rule.
Yeah, I can't make that leap.
Wait, so you want this to be determined, you want us to use this as an determining factor for recounts, correct? As is?
I want a full, very much the manual recount rules that the previous board put in, essentially those to be used for all recounts. The previous board put out detailed rules for how you conduct a manual recount in the event a court ordered a manual recount. So I'm saying use those, add a few tweaks that we've added, a few more safeguards. Use those. Don't use machine counts because machine counts was not contemplated in the law.
Okay, so manual recount is acceptable when it's a court-ordered recount, basically, is what you're saying. But what you want is for this to be the standard.
Because
But
that
not a
is what the
sample,
law.
'cause the rule
but
says that they can do a samples, random samples of the paper ballot.
That's
manual inspection.
for an audit.
I know, but since we don't have, you haven't shown me where it says anything in the code for what you're talking about. So we're using this, right, as a reference point.
Okay, let's go back and look at your audit rule. Let me see if I can find your audit rule. And it will, I feel sure, make clear that when you're talking about the human readable text, it is a,
But an audit and a manual recount and a risk limiting audit are totally separate things.
agreed. It's just that that's what the statute, the General Assembly is telling us. We do recounts and audits the same way.
Well, they haven't.
And
told
here's
us
how
that.
you do audits.
When did they say, yeah,
They
where
haven't
are
told
they
us that. It
saying
would be in
that?
statutes.
Well, that's 379.23. Is saying it governs, that the paper printout governs audits and it governs recounts. It's essentially saying you do them the same way.
Well, if that's the case, then I agree with you, and I'm okay with using this, but we just need to make sure we're clear that it says random samples.
No, that's for an audit.
Okay.
That's for an
so going
audit. I
back
mean,
to three-
he was asking me, where do you get this idea that it's a manual look for audits?
right.
As opposed to you putting them through a machine, as he was just talking about this new process might be.
Correct.
And the new process wasn't contemplated in the law. This says, and that is standard across the world. Audits
Okay,
must
so
be manual.
for my purposes, I need to just get rid of what we just read, right, about the risk auditing. So let's just throw that away, because that's not pertaining to what you're asking for.
Correct. I was
Okay.
just trying to answer his question about.
Okay, so going back to what you're asking for, we have yet to have found where it's written that a manual audit for what you are asking for is standard.
I'm not talking about audits, I'm talking about
I'm
recounts.
sorry, recount. So, yeah, so.
Yes, but we go to 379.23.
Right.
And it says, essentially, in layman's language, do recounts the same way you do audits. And the way you do audits is manual.
That doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. in there.
Okay,
It
all right.
doesn't- I
Okay,
wish
we
it was
can
that
do- we
clear,
can-
but it's just not.
Okay, well, I think it's pretty clear but since I'm not going to be able to convince you, your attorneys have said that's what it says. The federal judge has said that's what it says. You all disagree with that. So my recommendation is send it to the General Assembly and see what they think they meant.
Our attorney also advised us not to take this issue up while the case hadn't been fully decided.
But this has nothing
upon
to
it.
do with the
I'm
case.
just telling you that that's
Well, I
been
mean,
the
you're
advice of our
reading
attorney.
us
so-
quotes from the attorney in that
Yeah.
case, so it does have something to do with the case, right? I mean, you're using that to help make your argument.
Yes, but it is not a question in front of the judge as to how you do recounts.
I know, I'm just saying, but you're using that to make your argument, but then
Well,
you're
it's
telling us
because
not
it's
to.
something that you all have put on the record, that the law says that manual recounts are the ones that's to be used.
Where do we put that on the
I just don't- I
record?
don't
That's what
see
we're
it.
trying to find. What record are you
Okay,
referring
all right,
to?
let me look it up
Yeah,
for you.
I need to find, where did we put that
Okay,
on the
all
record? 'Cause I
right,
wasn't
just a
here to put that
second.
on the record.
Let me find it for you. What docket number did I say that was? 1821? And Ms. King, you were not at the meeting, but Ed Lindsay had asked me to show him this at the time, and we had a chance to look at it then. Here we go. What paragraph number did I say that was? 108. Okay, what you're looking at in a moment is a filing from this board to the federal court.
Ms. Marks, this is the.
Yeah, you're right. I've got the wrong document.
This is the plaintiff's filing here.
Yep. Now I have yours. I think. Okay. I gave you the wrong paragraph number. So is that in front of you now, where paragraph 459? Dr. Gilbert, who's your technical expert, said elections should be conducted with human readable paper ballots, be marked by hand or machine. They should be counted by hand or machine using an optical scanner. Recounts and audits should be conducted by human inspection of the human readable portion of the ballot. Voting machines don't provide the capacity.
Ms. Marks, can you scroll up a little bit further? I would like to
bet.
see full context. Let's just
Okay.
keep going up a little bit more.
Keep going out? Okay.
Yeah, okay, let's just say up here. So it says here that this is his report's recommendation,
Yes.
but what I thought we were looking for was where you said that the board put it into effect.
Yeah, let's keep reading. Okay, so.
It says these may be marked by hand or by machine. They may be counted by hand or by machine.
And then let's read the next sentence. Recounts and audits should be conducted by the human inspection of human readable portion of paper ballots.
Yeah.
Then it goes on to talk some more about voting machines. And then,
And then this is part of the testimony in the trial, right?
this is your proposal for what the court should find. And it came from the testimony in the trial and his depositions, yes.
That's court documents, but it doesn't help me with this.
Yeah, but
Which
what
is the
it says
statute.
is, okay,
So-
what you all have asked the court to find is that the court notes that no party disputes that Georgia's BMD system conforms with this recommendation. Conforms with this recommendation that audits and recounts should be conducted by human inspection of the human readable portion of the paper ballots.
Then that should be presented to the legislature for the legislature to make changes to the statute.
But what you all are saying is that that
You're
the
saying we're
system
saying
today
this, but-
conforms with this.
You're saying we are saying this, but
Uh-huh.
what I'm seeing is an expert who's giving a recommendation on our behalf, maybe in favor of some, I'm confused.
But then read that last sentence. The court notes, that's just what you all are recommending to the court. I'll show you where that is. Court notes that no party disputes that Georgia's BMD system conforms with these recommendations. You're asking the court to state that. This is in what you're proposing that the court find.
So then I think we're back to what our chairman was saying about this being an ongoing case, right? I mean,
Right.
we're
but-
making
but
this
when
recommendation
we're
that the
all in
court
agreement,
finds.
when we're,
If I just finished, we're making this is a recommendation that we're presenting to the court, hoping that the court finds that in the case. If we were to rule on this right now and make this a rule, this affects this case. Because now our attorneys can go back to
it
here
doesn't
and
affect
say-
this question. It doesn't affect this question.
Yeah, but.
What
it
I'm
does.
trying to say is, in front of the court, while the court's not making the decision on the recounts, on the recount rule, we are all in agreement in front of the court. We are in agreement that the law requires manual recounts. It's this board in this setting, for some reason, you're differing from your position here than you are in front of the court.
Yeah,
And the way that the court has already interpreted the law.
I don't feel comfortable personally making a decision on this based off of documents that are, or recommendations that are respected recommendations, but recommendations that are being considered in an ongoing court case as we speak. That comes off as that's a little tricky for me.
Okay, all right. Well, and I think your attorneys would tell you that we are not, in terms in front of the court, we're not in disagreement, we agree. You might disagree with that. So this is where we got stuck on May the 7th, is that you all were going to go back and clarify this. And we tried again in July, and we tried again in August. And here we are now with candidates that need an answer. And that's why I'm suggesting, since this didn't get answered in April and May and June and July and August, and here we are at the end of September, that you all go ahead and put it in front of the General Assembly with rulemaking initiation, and if they disagree with what we've all said to the court is the way the law is interpreted, then you will hear from it, and then the rule can get killed.
So what if the court says that they disagree with what we presented?
She's already put in writing that she thinks, not just thinks, but she says the interpretation is that the recounts are to be done by hand.
So why is this not being discussed after the case is closed?
That's what I would like to do.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Chair.
I still think that the results of that case need to come out before this board needs to act on this type of rule.
But what should the poor candidates do? Because this
the-
question is not
But
one
this,
that have any code.
this rule wouldn't come in effect before this election anyway.
No,
So the candidates
that's-
really won't affect the next.
That's not correct. That's not correct. If this was put on the same timeline as Ms. Grubb's rule, this would come out and affect all of the recounts for all of the state and federal offices.
You're right, but that's where my problem lies, right? Because we can't find anything in our code book that adequately outlines exactly what you're saying that's in there. And then when we ask you to find it, you go to the court documents and you read an expert's recommendation that's with an ongoing case.
Now, where we started was I pointed you to the law and how the law connects 379.23 to 495 and 498. And you said, well, that's not good enough. That's
Well, I didn't
not
say it wasn't
clear
good enough.
enough
It's
to
just
me.
that neither one of
You're just
those
saying
say hand
You're
count.
just saying it's not clear enough for you.
Yeah.
Then I said, okay, well, it was clear enough for the federal court. The federal court ruled, or not really ruled, but put in her order, this is how elections are conducted. And manual recounts are the way that recounts are conducted. And then you're saying, well, we don't really buy that. And then it's like, okay, well, then even you all said to the court, manual recounts are the way recounts are conducted. And now you're saying, well, the case is still going. I understand, but that's not a matter in front of the court. If there is a question about what the law says, go ahead and put it in front of the General Assembly through rulemaking. Let them tell you, no, that's not what we meant. And that resolves it. Instead, we're going to find ourselves circling back to the problem that it is going to appear that you're going to force candidates to go to court, which will extend by weeks the certification of their elections. Y'all have been under so much criticism about the potential for delaying certification. This is an obstacle to timely certification that doesn't need to be there. They will win the case and get to have a manual recount, but it'll be after weeks of unnecessary expense and time going by.
Well, but you're asking us to create a rule which we may or may not get our hands slapped from the legislature, when we could just go to the legislature and say, hey, we think this is a good idea, why don't y'all pass a law? I mean,
Well, they're going to tell you they already passed the law.
I don't,
You're just
why don't you
disagreeing.
clarify it?
Okay,
Yeah,
I
mean,
understand what you're saying. You're disagreeing
Yeah.
with your attorney's interpretation, the court's interpretation, and
I haven't seen the final rule from the court yet, so you're referencing
Yes.
something that happened in summary judgment. It's not something that.
but it's
You
not
said
a
the
question
legislator's
in
already
front of the
passed?
court. It's not a question in front of the court as to how recounts are to be conducted.
Was this-
And
You just said the legislators passed the law already?
yes, they passed it
But
in.
where?
That's 21-2-379.23.
That's where we
It doesn't
disagree.
say
Yeah.
what you're saying, though.
Dr. Johnson wants to.
Okay.
Dr. Johnson, do you have comments?
I feel like I'm going in circles.
Yes, if it's-
I really appreciate the petition, and we've had experience with hand counts, and there certainly can be problems with hand counts, like 36 inconsistencies. And we've had issues with machine counts, and there can be problems like 18,000 missing ballot images. So, and there's always the issue about the human error in hand counting ballots. either method is good, it's just how you carry it out, I think is probably the key. But this rule was passed and was adopted in March of 2020, and then amended in May of 2020. And the General Assembly has, you know, they've had the opportunity to look at this and their statutes and address maybe the perceived inconsistency, and they've had 2021 and 2022 and 2023 and 2024 sessions to address this. And the first thing I would take to them is this your intent? Is there something that needs to be clarified? Is the statute correct, or is the rule correct? Or is it just our perception of it? I'm uncomfortable adopting the petition for rulemaking just because I think I would want to go to our attorneys and legislative counsel, and I've reached out to one of the committee chairs and unfortunately have not heard back, but I would like to know what their intent is and what their desire is as far as the recount procedure and the conflict that you see that it causes. So I think I would recommend that we decline the petition today.
Are you making a motion? Member Gazal, do you have any comments?
I was gonna
The chair will entertain a motion.
Could I ask to learn the basis for the decision? What is the basis for declining, since y'all have to send us that anyway?
Alexandra, our paralegal, has made notes of all the objections made by the board today, and will outline those in the letter, the denial letter that, or if it's passed or if it's denied, it will come out in her letter as to the objections.
I understand.
Pros and cons, so.
You know,
I mean, there's been a whole lot said in the last hour or so.
I understand.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the question is that you all don't necessarily agree that this is what the law says, and that that's what you wanted to check on. Well, that is where we left things on May 7th. And again, in the subsequent discussions we've had over this.
Yeah, well, that is a concern. Also, one of the reasons that this was deferred was because of the ongoing curling case and not receiving a opinion on that yet, so.
But I don't.
I'm talking about in past meetings, I know that was concerned with some members, so.
Okay, so would you, Dr. Johnston, you said that you wanted to get legislative input on that, if I understood you correctly. If you get legislative input that I believe that you will, how soon could this board meet to take this up so that we are not unnecessarily delaying certification and forcing people to go to court on this in the upcoming election?
This won't happen in the upcoming election. It can't, because today we initiate rulemaking procedures.
Yeah.
Which means then it would have to be posted and.
Right, if we walked through the calendar, it would be, what's today, the 23rd? Be like,
It would be the end of October.
right, and
Before it could be
then,
heard.
so that would be the 30-day period. And then there would be 20 days after that. That puts you about November the 12th.
Which is past the election.
That's correct, but it's not past the recount. The time for the recount will not be until November the 20-something for state and federal offices. So that if Harris or Trump wants a recount, that won't happen until close to Thanksgiving, just like in 2020. If a House member or a Senate member wants a recount, it won't happen till late November.
Oh, I tell you what, this board passing a rule that would take effect in the middle of an election would be interesting at best, so.
Well, okay, but you've got a law. So in other words, what this board is saying is unfortunately to the candidates that, sorry, you're just going to have to take it to court.
No, this board hasn't said that at all. This board has said that.
If they want a manual recount, they're going to have to take it to court.
No, this board has said that some of us have not been able to find that in this green book here.
Okay.
That mandates that, and that, and whether we have the authority to even do this. So we have a motion, and we have a motion to deny this petition for rulemaking. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny the petition for rulemaking procedures on this. Any discussion? Hearing no further discussion, we'll vote, voice vote. Member Gazal?
Aye.
Member Johnston?
Aye.
Member Jeffries?
Aye.
Member King?
Aye.
The motion passes 4-0.
Well, thank you for the time to discuss it and to hear this again.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. The voter challenges,
We got Marcy Murphy.
Marcy, the voter challenges, do you expect this to be a lengthy discussion? Member Johnson?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman.
We're an hour and a half after we
hopefully not.
started, so if it's going to be an hour-long discussion, then we'll take a quick comfort break. If it's going to be a 20-minute one, then we'll proceed.
A quick break?
Yes. We have a motion to recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So moved, 4-0. About 5 minutes if you all be quick. This meeting will come back into session. The next item on the agenda is, we're so out of order. Under new business, discussion of voter challenges complaints, Marcy is going to address us today. This was an item agenda Dr. Johnston put on. You want to speak first? All right.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few words to say first.
Hold on one second, please. Okay, go ahead, please. You're on.
Good, thank you. All right. So the agenda item today is about 21-230 challenges. These are citizen challenges of the right to vote in the election. Georgia law devotes 60 sections to voter registration, and these sections are covered in 65 pages in the Election Code book. Since Help America Vote Act was passed in 2002, the Secretary of State has been designated as the chief election official and is responsible for keeping the statewide voter rolls. Still, the counties are charged with maintaining their own voter rolls, but there is a necessary working relationship between the two entities, and there's a constant need to input, update, and maintain accurate and current voter rolls. Essentially, there are daily tasks required in order to achieve an accurate and up-to-date voter roll for each election. What everyone should know is there are some restrictions for making changes to a voter roll so that partisans do not alter voter rolls to advantage themselves or disadvantage their opponent just before an election. History shows that this was a frequent tactic in the past. So there's a 90-day period before an election that certain voters should not be removed from the voter list. In particular, are voters that just haven't recently voted. However, as you might guess, voters who have died, been convicted of a felony, or moved away more than 30 days ago to another county or state do not belong in the voter rolls for that county. They are ineligible to vote. Georgia law clearly states that if someone is ineligible to vote in that county, then it's not legal for them to vote in that county. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Yes, a voter is supposed to ask in writing to be removed from a voter roll, but if a voter is ineligible to vote in that county, then he or she is ineligible to vote in that county, even if they haven't asked in writing. Georgia law states, nothing in this code, in section 233, nothing in this code shall prevent the removal from the list of electors of an elector for ineligibility to vote. Section 234 states, nothing in this code section shall prevent the removal from the list of electors of an elector for ineligibility to vote. Georgia law has 3 statutes that basically address the voter challenge issue. Simply put, the county registrar has the duty and right to review the qualifications of each voter on the list. 2, any voter in the same county can challenge the eligibility of anyone on the voter list if they can prove that the voter is ineligible, respecting the 90-day restriction for removal. 3, any voter in the same county can challenge the eligibility of a voter to vote in the election if they can prove that the voter is ineligible. For the past 2.5 years, we have heard complaints from citizens about frustrations in making 229 and 230 challenges, and the board has been asked repeatedly to provide guidance regarding these challenges. In the meantime, Mark Elias, described as an American Democratic Party elections lawyer and founder of Democracy Docket, former Hillary Clinton lawyer, former Perkins Coie partner, and current Elias Law Group partner, sent letters to many, if not all, election offices in Georgia, threatening legal action if they upheld challenges. This appears to have interfered with the duty of the registrars to hear challenges and review the qualifications of voters on the county voter list. In fact, if one considers preparation of a qualified electors list a part of the election conduct, which it is, Mr. Elias is interfering with our elections. Failure to comply with the provisions in Code 230, section by the Board of Registrars shall subject such board to sanctions by the State Election Board. This year, since July 1st, after SB 189 was passed, which provides very specific criteria for probable cause to challenge a voter and on the 230 statute, the right to vote in the election, there have been complaints submitted in different counties of challenges that have been wholesale rejected by the county board and not heard or not investigated or not reviewed or not acted upon. So I thought today would be a time to discuss this, and while at the same, after I put this on the agenda, several days later, I found that a suit was filed and by Ms. Marcy McCarthy, and I would like to hear about that and the reasons for that suit, because it pertains to 230 challenges, I believe.
Thank you very much, Dr. Johnson. We appreciate your introduction. May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Thank you. My name is Marcy McCarthy, and I serve as the chairman of the DeKalb Republican Party. First, I'd like to express my appreciation for all of you for allowing us some time to express our emergency complaint and to be heard today. The matter that we bring before you is of critical importance, not just for DeKalb County, but for all of Georgia's election integrity system as a whole. For the past 4 years, the DeKalb Republican Party has been dedicated to restoring faith, integrity, and trust, is what we refer to as fitness in our elections. We also are the minority party in our home county, but our mission is to ensure that every eligible citizen has the opportunity to vote, and equally important, that no ineligible person is allowed to vote. When ineligible voters remain on the voter rolls, it increases the likelihood of those persons voting in our county, which dilutes the legitimate votes of our citizens. And every vote by an ineligible voter robs us as citizens of our vote. One of our citizens, Mr. William Henderson, is using this legal process established in 2021, and as confirmed and expanded in 2021, and again this year, to challenge ineligible voters in DeKalb County. And this has been outlined clearly in the legislature under OCGA 21-230. As you know, this section was created in direct response to the massive amount of inaccurate voter rolls out there. The legislature understood that we had a problem and wanted its citizens to step up and assist in partnership in keeping our voter rolls clean. And we have some of the dirtiest voter rolls in the state, in the country, in fact. In 2022, DeKalb County has stuffed registered voters, and according to the Federal Election Assistance Commission, using census data equal to 108.6% of the voting age population of our county. Something is really wrong with the process here, because you can't have 108% participation in your voter rolls. And the Secretary of State was supposed to be doing a lot of the voter roll maintenance, but has fallen short. Mr. Henderson has diligently filed challenges more than 5,000 voters in DeKalb County, focusing on 3 main categories. The first category, where voters were registered at a non-residential address. The legislature amended 230B this year to make it clear that registration at the non-residential address was ipso facto evidence of the probable cause for the superintendent to support a challenger. This particular voter challenge consisted of 169 names. The second area of focus is voters who have moved to a different jurisdiction, registered to vote in that jurisdiction, and actually voted in that jurisdiction, but are still registered in DeKalb County. There's 185 of those, and I spoke to one last night. The legislature amended 217-2A this year to provide such persons that are deemed that have lost their voter registration in DeKalb. You can't vote in 2 places. You certainly can live in multiple places, but you have 1 place to vote. The third area of focus is voters who have had no contact with election authorities for over a decade, including many that might not reside in the county or are ineligible to vote. And this consisted of 4,861 names. The last category is somewhat troubling because now, under reading of the National Voter Registration Act, the Secretary of State, in fulfilling the duties of the chief election officer assigned to ensure the state's compliance with that act, should have removed all those names, but didn't. Despite the clarity of federal and state law and the requirement under 230B for the Board of Registrars to immediately consider such challenges and determine probable cause, the DeKalb Board of Registration Elections, known as the BVRE, failed to consider or determine at its September 12th meeting to doing that. Instead of reviewing Mr. Henderson's challenges, as the law clearly mandates, the BVRE passed a resolution barring challenges within 90 days of an election and outright ignored, if not dismissed, Mr. Henderson's challenges under state law. The BVRE further put on its own version of state law, 230B1, that was added this year to set the cutoff date to 230 challenges at 45 days prior to an election. Their conduct, as videoed, was egregious. Such arbitrary ex post facto action not only thwarts the law, but it challenges the legislature's authority to make the laws. They are the lawmakers, not our county election boards. And it sets a dangerous precedent where local boards are ignoring the law at will. Mr. Henderson's challenges represent only a small fraction, less than 1% of DeKalb's voter rolls, yet they underscore the critical need for election integrity in Georgia. There is no fitness in DeKalb County. And as I stated, DeKalb is stuffed, not from eating, but is stuffed beyond the gills, with over 108% of its voting age population registered to vote. That is impossible, and it highlights the serious issues with inactive and outdated voter records. During our most recent joint party stakeholders meeting, which was held on September 9th, as a collaborative forum where political party leaders and election officials review critical election processes. And we have done some awesome work with the Joint Stakeholders Organization in DeKalb County. But it was reported at our meeting that there were over 579,000 registered voters in DeKalb County, of which over 461,000 were active, while over 117,000 were designated to be inactive. As a consequence, the number of drop boxes for the upcoming general election has been reduced from 6 to 5 drop boxes. I personally saw the piles of precinct cards that were returned, and the BRVR staff had even initiated a contest to process this return mail, as it was estimated that 10% of the precinct cards and notification mailings had come back simply due to inefficient information, inefficient addresses. Maybe it's from the lack of the USPS, or maybe not. Maybe the data is wrong. Mr. Henderson conducted a thorough set of research using government databases and technologies that may be advanced, but they're not complicated or advanced for the VRE. And all our supervisors in DeKalb County should be using tools like this. Mr. Henderson filed his first set of challenges with the BVRE on August 19th for the 169 electors registered at a non-residential address. Clean probable cause for investigation under 230. A week later, on August 26th, Mr. Henderson submitted another challenge for 185 electors who had filed permanent address changes in the NCOA system but were still registered to vote at their old address. Importantly, all 185 electors had already voted from their new addresses, which further substantiates this challenge. These challenges all meet the express probable cause standards under Section 230B. The violations are flagrant. I certainly don't understand, and the rest of us are also equally as puzzled, why 4,861 names remain on DeKalb voter rolls after 10 years of no contact. And I'm going to repeat that, 10 years of no contact. It seems that the Secretary of State marked them as inactive in 2019, as required by the National Voter Registration Act, indicating his office was following procedures at the time. However, there's been no explanation for why these names have been active for over 2 federal election cycles now and have not been removed. At the very least, the BVRE should be investigating this matter. It's imperative that these challenges are reviewed in accordance to the law to protect the integrity of our elections. In addition to the emergency complaint, we filed a corresponding lawsuit in the DeKalb Superior Court on September 17th, seeking further action to ensure the law is followed and the issues with the voter rolls are corrected. At this present time, we have yet to receive our case number overall, so it's being slow walked. We are here today to request that the State Board of Election take immediate action while the court is deciding whether to issue a case number or a written mandamus to force our Board of Elections to accept these challenges. And specifically, we're asking you, our Board of Elections, 1, please conduct a review of the BVRE's refusal to consider these challenges and determine whether its conduct violates 566 and 597. And if this conduct is deemed illegal, we note that you have the power to recommend penalties against the BVRE totaling $26 million or even possibly $78 million, to the extent of these violations are personal to the individual members. We also ask that you clarify 230B and must be followed uniformly amongst all counties without these local deviations. And we're asking for your help to ensure that the voter rolls are updated and that these challenges are addressed before the upcoming elections. We cannot have voters disenfranchised due to this negligence and the unlawful actions of the DeKalb BVRE. Election laws are in place for a reason, and they must be enforced consistently to maintain our public confidence in our elections. Thank you very much for hearing our complaint and for your commitment to upholding the integrity of our elections. We look forward to your swift and decisive action on this matter, and I also submitted supplemental information and videos last evening to you indicating that the agenda was sent out to the Board of Elections on September 11th. Remember, the board was on September 12th, the meeting, at 8:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is less than 24 hours. They included in there several pages of a voter scheduling resolution on page 16, and then subsequent voter challenge procedures on pages 18 and 23 of the agenda. Nobody had time to read them. Our board of representative member that was present, Anthony Lewis, read them at the meeting, not prior to. Additionally, we have it on video, but I'd rather take discussion from our board. But we can play some video segments if needed. Thank you.
Does the lady yield for questioning?
Mr. Chairman.
Member Gazal.
I have some pretty serious concerns, both with due process, because while there is a county that has,
We can't hear you, ma'am.
a county is being accused of wrongdoing, they have been given no notice, and this is not a public comment period. I have never before seen a case where we bring a complaint against a party that has received no notice and there has been no investigation. And there's an ongoing court case right now. It is being adjudicated by a court because that is the proper venue for disagreements with adjudication of this. It is the appeals is to the Superior Court. I am extremely concerned that this body is wading into areas that will create serious legal liability if we go further on this, both in terms of not allowing the party being accused of wrongdoing to defend itself, and we're putting information on a public record, on a legal transcript right now in an administrative body that there's no opportunity for any kind of rebuttal, and also interfering with an ongoing court case.
Member King.
So I would like to add that while this particular case is synonymous to DeKalb County, it's not synonymous only to DeKalb County. I have received a personal message from someone who has been trying for 3 years to get her daughter off of the voter rolls in Fulton County. I'm sure Gwinnett has these same concerns. I've seen these concerns in other counties as well. So I think what makes this discussion relevant is that it is a statewide issue. It's ongoing. I don't know what we can do from here as far as to, when it comes to that particular situation. But I do think it's important that we discuss this in a public forum, considering there are several people that are struggling to, having the same challenge as it relates to voter rolls and getting them off. And as we get closer to the deadline, we have to do something. A lot of times we are waiting on the court systems with this, but we do have an upcoming election, and we have individuals that are going to be in a situation where we are all going to have to go vote. We're all going to have to trust this system. We have to trust that everyone voting is eligible to vote. But that being said, I think this is more of a opportunity to put the counties on notice that we are aware of what's happening. And while we are watching to see what happens in your case, I'm very much so concerned about this, and I very much so believe that this is an issue that we must put on Front Street, basically.
May I comment, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Thank you. We have a duty here. This was the most egregious behavior I've ever seen from a Board of Elections. Quite frankly, for years on end, our voter roll teams in DeKalb County come to a board meeting, well, they submit their voter roll challenges, they go through the motions, and it just is a veto stamp of 3-2, okay? And that was what the expectation was on September 12th. Another set of the motions overall. But instead, they created documents and law changes and passed resolutions that are outside the guidelines and as required by law, by federal and state law, overall laws. They dismissed the chairman, Carly Swift, when Mr. Henderson spoke up and asked for a point of inquiry. On his challenges, she told him to sit down. That is unacceptable. And if you'd like to see the video, I have it right here where she told him to sit down and said, we are not accepting public comments. He did speak at that meeting, but these were about his challenges that never got heard. Instead, they put a multi-page document together of their own accord, brought in the head county attorney, not the one that normally shows up to the monthly meetings, to come up on the fly and present a very comprehensively written document that would take quite a bit of effort in advance in doing so. The right thing to have done, to go through the motions and have heard Mr. Henderson, and still voted their 3-2 that they do every single time, despite the fact that these are so gracious in terms of what they are. But he was denied as a citizen. They broke the law on September 12th. What are you hiding in DeKalb County? Quite frankly, with our voter rolls. I saw the precinct cards piled up. I saw the notifications coming back. They can't keep up with the mail. I'm fielding phone calls from our community that some of this stuff is, some of it's correct, that they are indeed invalid voters, but now have been made to be inactive, and others that have 2 precinct cards, one in their new county and one still in DeKalb County that they just received after the redistricting. It's a mess. I'm asking our Board of Elections to do something, to take a stand. We need consistency, we need guidance. That's where you guys come in. And a Board of Elections going rogue and disrespecting one of its citizens is completely unacceptable.
Member Johnson, please.
Couple of questions. Are you Mr. Henderson? Yes, I am. Mr. Henderson, thank you for being here. Can you describe how your data is accurate? What you use to have for your data to make your challenges?
Okay,
Just
very briefly.
Please.
My first challenge was based on post offices that exist in DeKalb County and UPS stores and related mail centers. The way I got that list is I went on the internet and I found a website that listed all the addresses in DeKalb County, actually in the whole state, of post offices, which is easy to get. And I took that list and I made it into a table. I then went to the UPS website, and they had a list of all the addresses where they had stores. And I put that together. And then what I did was I made a hash string of those addresses and matched it to the DeKalb voter roll, which is it is not a systematic, it's an exact match. And I found 165 of them. What I did then was I went to that address on Google Maps because I wanted to get more information. And then I went to see what was at that address in Google Maps, which millions of people use to find their way. It's accurate. And I took a screenshot of the building. And if it was a standalone post office, I used it. If it was a post office that was at the bottom of a residential thing, I did not use it. So I did my due diligence on this list. The second list came from a national change of address from the post office. And what I did was I got that information from the post office, and using that information, I was able to go to the Florida Secretary of State's website and look up that particular registrant. And if I found that they were registered in Florida, I already knew that they were registered in Georgia. So if I found that, they're registered in 2 states. But I did more due diligence. I went and saw when the registration address was in Florida and was in Georgia. If it was more recent in Georgia, I took that registration off the list. And I found about 185 of those. Now, the last one, I've testified in front of the State Election Board. I called it my one simple question. How can there be registrations on the Georgia voter roll that are more than 10 years old? Because they should have been, in 2019, the Secretary of State should have taken a list of all the registrations that had no contact in 5 years, put them to inactive. And then 2 federal elections later, or general elections later, they should have been removed from the voter roll. That was 2023. So I made a list of all those registrations that had more than 10 years, but to do my due diligence, I read the law, and it said if they had changed address during that time, we got to, not use them. So I went to an older voter roll that I had, 2020, and I found all the registrations on that list that had the same address in 2020 as they have in 2024. And then on that 2020, there's a column that says last modified date. And I assume if they modified their address, then that date would change. So I then took all the ones that hadn't changed since 2013, and only those did I submit.
So which of these 3 different challenges meet the criteria for probable cause?
I think all of them.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that has submitted to 30 challenges since July 1st, since the SB 189?
We do have an
became
additional
effective?
individual, Eugene Williams from Cobb County, that is here and willing to speak today, if that is allowed.
Okay.
Please, why don't you sit at your seats and then push the button, and then we can talk from your seats.
Yes, ma'am?
There's one gentleman there.
I'm sorry?
Just gentleman over here first.
Oh, okay.
27.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Eugene Williams, and I've been submitting challenges in Cobb County for several years now, and I'm really having pretty much the same exact experience that they're having in DeKalb County. There's just no good faith effort on the board's part to listen to any reasonable evidence that we provide, and it's really good quality evidence. And ma'am, I did like your suggestion over there, and I don't know your name, about holding the boards accountable, because they feel like nobody's can do anything. They feel like they're bulletproof. They have no regard to the challenge process. This was put in place as a part of the election process, and they just step all over it, and they have no regard whatsoever. I'll give you an example. I just submitted to them, it was 2,472 names. I didn't challenge them, I just sent them to them because I felt, you guys are mandated to maintain our Cobb County voter rolls. And I sent it to them just for them to look into. They replied back to me, Mr. Williams, we're not going to lift a finger to look into these unless you move forward and make a formal challenge. So I did that, and which really burns me up, because that's what they're mandated to do, to look into this. Really, you don't even need to do the challenge process if you're working with Board of Elections that have an interest in truly maintaining the records, because they can just contact we do all the heavy lifting for them. We provide all the research, all the data, and they can just contact the other states and ask them, yes, are these folks registered voters on your voter rolls? I did that. I did some open records requests when I had a hearing on these folks to the city of Chicago and a county in Arizona. And they sent back, yes, these are registered voters. I provided that to them in the hearing, and they just, boy, it was just meaningless to them. It had no value to them whatsoever. But when I went ahead and made a formal challenge with these folks, they automatically just threw out about 2,250, all of them at 106, because they're inactive voters. And that, you know, the 229 and 230 challenges do not give them the right to do that. And I let them know that. I, as a citizen of Cobb County, have the right to challenge anyone that's on the voter rolls in the county. There's no specification or restriction that they throw those out. Well, that's the kind of stuff they're doing. They're just making up their own rules. They're not following the law. And anyway, they just, it's been an abusive process, really. And when I actually had the hearing, of the 106, there were 88 of them that were going to go inactive the next Monday. And so they said, well, look, we're not even going to listen, we're not even going to investigate these 88 active voters after I've been waiting months for this hearing. And they just dismissed those automatically. It was just I don't want to take up everybody's time, but it's
Thank
been
you.
really a sad process.
Is
to
there
watch.
anyone else in the room that submitted challenges?
Right there.
I have. Are you ready for me?
Sir, you're
Okay.
on.
I'm David Sumrall. I'm an elector from Macon-Bibb County, Georgia, chairman of the Bibb County Republican Party. I submitted 3 voter challenges. It's good, 3 voter challenges. July 1st of this year, under the new law SB 189, that defined probable cause for the challenge. It said shall include but not limit to an elector voting or registering to vote in a different jurisdiction or an elector being registered at a non-residential address. That's in the SB 189. So I thought I'd make it simple and very clear with these 3 challenges I thought were relatively small. And good news, I did get one accepted. I did get accepted the challenge of 45 voters registered at a UPS, a post office or UPS store. Similar process to this gentleman here, just identifying their addresses and checking them against the Bibb County voter roll and finding these people were registered at those addresses. And it was on a 3-2 relatively partisan vote, but it was accepted. I had 2 other challenges I thought were pretty clear too. One was 47 voters who changed their mailing address, registered to vote, and voted in North Carolina. And I had proof of the voter lookup in North Carolina that these people had indeed registered and voted in North Carolina. 47 voters, and that was denied because the argument was that you had to, according to the Federal Voting Rights, Voting Registration Act, you had to have a signed document from the voter requesting that their name be taken off the roll. That's their argument for that, which basically makes that SB 189 and this challenge process worthless, because you have to have then be able to get in touch with a voter, you have to have a willingness to do that, and there's really no incentive for them to do that. The third challenge was a challenge of 151 voters who registered to vote in other states, and for the 60 voters in Florida, I actually looked up their voter record as well. It doesn't have when they voted, but it does have that they're registered in Florida, and I presented that evidence. That also was denied for the same reason. Georgia Code 21-217 says under Rule 13, if a person goes into another state and while there exercises the right of a citizen by voting, such person shall be considered to have lost such person's residence in this state. The Rule 2 says a person shall not be considered to have lost such person's residence unless such person shall register to vote. And the Rule 1 says the residence of any person shall be held to that place in which such person's habitation is fixed. And 21-216 says that a voter qualification, he must be or she must be a resident of the state and of the county in which he or she seeks to vote. These were these were pretty clear. I don't know how you could make it much clearer, and how and you couldn't have better evidence than that, and yet they were denied on a 3-2 vote. I understand one board member, after he had a chance to look at the evidence, might have reconsidered that vote, but then all this legal action took place that you're hearing about. And so the board is really, I think, in Bibb County, waiting for somebody, a judge or this board, to tell them what constitutes a valid challenge, and whether the federal law trumps the state law. If so, then our state law is virtually worthless.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Summerall. Is there anyone else that's had it? Yes.
Hodges, Gwinnett County. So we've kind of had a 3-year journey in Gwinnett County. We started looking at voter rolls about 3 years ago. And quite honestly, I had to say to my husband, I'm not sure they've been cleaned in 50 years. That's how bad it is. So when we started to search the matter out of challenges, we decided that we were going to submit our challenges in affidavit form. And our bar was, we wanted to have 3 witnesses to those affidavits. When I say witnesses, I don't mean human beings, but I mean 3 data points. We searched the records. We had people who had moved. We had their deed sale of property in Gwinnett. We had a deed purchase in another county, in another state, and then some other information with that. Most of our 229 challenges and 230 challenges, almost, I would say 97% were rejected. Most of them summarily. And one thing I'd like to speak to quickly, and then I'll talk a little bit about the challenges, since the media is reporting this. Most of us that have done challenges across Georgia, we've been accused at wanting to suppress voters. And that is so untrue. If the county election board would have worked with us in the beginning when we first started speaking with them, come alongside so that we could address the voter rolls and get them cleaned up. They did not want to do that. We were forced to do challenges to bring forth what was going on. So I have done 229 challenges and 230, so has Lisa Rutherford. Recently, I resubmitted some 229 challenges because there were people who were still, that had already been submitted as challenges, that the board voted to uphold those challenges in 2022. But those people still sitting in that same address. Those were 2 demolished buildings. One was an extended stay that was demolished in January of 2021. The other was an RV park that was demolished also in 2021. You have new registrations being put in those places right now in Gwinnett County. Since I submitted the challenges, since they were upheld, and you have new registrations there. I sent them I resubmitted 229. They were summarily rejected. I was unable to make one statement at that challenge hearing on August 14th. Some of the board stood up there and they didn't point a finger at me, but we all know who they were talking about. And they were saying that people that were bringing challenge were suspecting those people that lived at those addresses of something nefarious. Nothing could be further from the truth. But I live in Gwinnett County for 30 years. Every eligible voter should be allowed to vote in Gwinnett County. If you are not eligible to vote in Gwinnett County because you have moved or because you didn't supply the right address, or because maybe you just, a voter ID is thrown on these with no, 2,000 envelopes we mailed out to non-residential addresses in 2022, 2,000. Just a team. We pulled our money. We're not an organization. We're not an NGO. We're just people in Gwinnett County. We mailed out 2,000 envelopes to non-existent residents who were on the voter rolls. We got approximately 1,800 of those envelopes back.
Thank you.
The board rejected.
Thank you. Are there any other 230 challenges? Ms. Lee?
Well, I did just submit a 2:30 challenge on deceased, but they haven't had a chance to ignore me yet. It's about a week old. But I come to you because in 2022, I submitted a complaint to this board about various challenges that had been rejected. And they were post office boxes and UPS boxes. They were under 229s. The people who had moved to Florida and had registered to vote in Florida, with the proof that from the Secretary of State's website that they were registered there at the address they said they were moving to. And then on incomplete addresses. And that was in the fall of 2022, I submitted that complaint. 6 months later, not hearing anything, I came to your office and talked to Gil Humes. And he told me what I needed to do. He sent me away, and about 3 weeks later, I brought all the evidence he said I needed to bring. I brought back a notebook. And his investigator went through it, and she said, well, your evidence was complete. We don't need anything further. It has yet to be heard by this board. If you had heard and discussed the cases, you would have made decisions that would have affected the counties in general. And Mr. Henderson would not have had to make his challenges on the post office boxes or on the people that moved out of state and registered out of state. I'd like to know when that case is going to come up.
I'm sorry. Was your complaint simply that they were registered in another state, or that they were registered in another state and voted in Georgia?
First they were registered with a non-residential address, some of them were. And then that was one set of challenges. Another set of challenges was they moved, filed an NCOA, and registered in Florida at the address they said they were moving to. And then the third one was incomplete addresses. And so it would be really good if you all could just make a decision on these things and tell the counties where you stand on it, so we don't have to face these challenges all the time. We keep going around in a circle because no one will make a decision.
Ms. Lee, did you file a 2:30 challenge since July 1st, since SB 189 has become
Last week I
effective?
filed a 2:30 challenge on deceased.
You have, how many?
How many? I think there was 173.
Okay, and you, the data that you have meets probable cause?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anyone else that has filed 2:30?
Hit your button.
Ms. Ferguson? Just you pick up the mic there at the desk.
I'm going to give out a handout. The comments that I have, I've got a handout from the board. Yes, I'm Earl Ferguson, and I have challenged both 229 and 230 in Fulton County. In December, I challenged about 1,800, and those were turned down. Those were 229s. In August, I turned in just slightly under 2,000 people who had moved. I shouldn't say that, because a lot of them have two houses. But there are about 2,000 people who are registered in Florida and have voted recently in Florida. Those challenges were totally declined by the Fulton County Registrar. 220, this is a 230 challenge now. The 230 doesn't go to the board, it goes to the registrar. And she came back with 3 legal reasons for that turn down, which have no merit. I've documented them in the handout that I've got for you. Questions?
What was those reasons?
Can't hear you.
Sorry. What were the reasons that they said they were?
Well, a 230 challenge does not remove anybody from the voter rolls during that year. And her first reason was that the exclusion, the 90-day exclusion, prohibited these challenges. The second one, if you get the voter record from the state of Georgia, they consider the full birth date to be a personal security thing. They don't give you anything but the last, the year of birth. And she criticized me on that issue. And the last one was that she said hearsay. And my challenges are constructed from three things: the National Voter Registration Act, the Georgia Registration List, and in this case, a disc from the state of Florida Secretary of State, which outlines their entire voter record, including their voting record. And she says this was hearsay.
Did you mean national change of address rather than National Voter Registration Act?
I start with the national change of address and I look for where I want to go. And get this case, Florida, I match that back. I don't say I do, I had help doing it. We match that back against the Georgia registration, and then we use that to go to the Florida registration off of this disc and see if they match up. We required that the names were exact matches: Joe Smith, not Joe D. Smith, and the addresses, both the addresses here and the addresses in Florida, were exact matches. There is no uncertainty in these challenges.
And that meets the probable cause standard that SB 189 provides for?
Well, yes, they certainly met the probable cause, because they're not only registered, they're also voting in that state. But if the registrar, these things don't go to the full board. The registrar makes the decision as to whether they're valid or not, and she said they weren't. And we have that in writing.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir.
With DeKalb County, and I submitted 181 based on age. The birth years were 1900, and one of them was 2012, so that would be a 12-year-old. Anyway, these were 230 challenges submitted in August, I believe, and with false registrations. So most of the discussion at the meeting was on the exclusion time of 90 days, but when it was realized that 230 challenges did not remove anyone from the rolls, then motion was made and carried to reject the challenges with no reason that I can remember. In fact, I'm quite certain they didn't give any reason.
So were these deceased persons?
Well, either deceased or phantoms,
Beg your pardon?
and one 12-year-old.
And a 12-year-old?
Right. One of the false dates or wrong dates was 2012, invalid dates.
Oh, invalid dates. Okay. So technically, so you had challenges, but it was based on data in the rolls.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. So not the specific reasons listed in SB 189.
That's true, right. It was,
Okay.
Section 216 says that to be qualified to vote, you have to have a, what does it say? Be validly registered according to law.
So, Mr. Chair, a few words. Georgia voter rolls are getting heavier and heavier every year. Georgia has 159 counties, and 65 counties are over-registered if you use the over 100% mark for citizen voting age population. That means there are more people registered to vote than there are citizens of voting age. And it gets greater and greater each year. So I'm not sure if I would say this is a systemic problem or certainly a repetitive problem. North Carolina has voting age population registration of 98%, which is right up there pretty high. And West Virginia has citizen voting age percentage of 81%. But the counties that have, that I think these people are speaking from are over-registered 107%, 109%, 112%, 113%, 103%. So it seems to be some issue or some problem, and it's hard to say, is it tied to denial of challenges? It appears that it may be. So that's why I wanted to discuss this today, and it appears that there's some sort of process going on with blanket refusals to even accept a challenge or investigate a challenge as is required in 230, 21-2-230 in the code book. And I think this has been a great concern of the legislature. They've amended this, section, this code, twice in the last few years. And so I think it is important to them. And it seems like the people that spoke today have provided the documentation that's asked for and required to have a 230 challenge, which is just not removing from the rolls, but actually flagging that registrant is not eligible to vote unless they correct maybe a non-residential address, or they show indeed that they are a current resident in the jurisdiction that they're intending to vote in. In fairness to the counties, the county boards, I would like to request that this be put on the agenda for the October 8th meeting to ask, to request, either request the county boards to appear, and so that we can better understand what their intentions are or what their policies are, or how they're not following Georgia code, whether they've taken it upon themselves to write their own rules and regulations and laws in spite of what Georgia code says. I would also request an immediate case number assignment for this complaint to be investigated. And I would actually like to recommend our executive director, Mr. Cohen, to be our representative to investigate it.
So this board can certainly ask counties to appear and kind of discuss their procedures for handling challenges. If a complaint is made, then it needs to go through the normal process to where an investigation is performed, and then the county is notified, and the county has time to respond and can show up as a respondent to that complaint. And it would need to be made so that the complainant would need to specify in the complaint exactly what code section they believe is being violated with these challenges, because we're limited to investigate what is in the code, obviously. not simply denial of challenges, but there has to be a reason why that violates the code. I don't know that we can ask them to respond to a complaint without an official investigation being handled. We can ask them to show up and to explain their process, maybe, but if a complaint's made against DeKalb County, it really wouldn't behoove them to show up and talk about it without the complaint being investigated and then going through due process. So if there is another county that you can think of that might come and, just explain the process, then that might be beneficial for the board to hear that.
Yeah.
If you have one in mind that's willing to do that.
Correct.
So I think that would be, and we could add that to the agenda if you're able to find a county that's willing to come explain the process.
Certainly. We have been receiving complaints from different citizens over the past year. I'm not sure if case numbers have been assigned or whether they've been addressed or not, since we don't have a easy interactive log to look into. Maybe Alex knows.
Alex, do you know if any of these have been forwarded to Secretary of State's office for investigation? No. So we haven't. So, Mr. McCarthy, you filed your request within the last week or two?
Which request, Mr. Chairman?
I remember reading something within the last week or two.
We filed a lawsuit in DeKalb County Superior Court on September 17th.
Okay.
I may make some additional comments.
Did you file?
Yeah, we filed it in DeKalb Superior Court.
No, a complaint with the State Election Board.
We did on the last Thursday with all of you.
It's been recent.
Yeah,
so.
we just filed, and you're hearing our emergency complaint, which we're very grateful for today. May I sort of? Okay, thank you.
I've been a little overwhelmed with work in the last week, so I haven't had a chance to fully go through yours. Did you stipulate in there sections of Code 230 that
Yes,
they
we
violated?
did.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Then we'll take a look at that, Alex, if you'll remind me. We'll take a look at that and see about forwarding that to the Secretary of State for investigation. Now, you wanted our executive director to investigate it, correct?
Yes, I would like to request that the executive director investigate it per 21-2-33.1.
And Mr. Chairman, the counties
Yes.
that do not have a formal complaint, we still can ask them to come before us to answer questions, correct?
We can invite them. We can't force them.
Well, we can invite them.
We can invite them, yes.
Okay. I think we should definitely still do that for Cobb, Fulton, and Gwinnett.
Investigation July 2nd, and I haven't heard anything about
July
about
2nd,
it.
with
Yeah.
us?
Yes,
So that would be Bibb County?
that is correct. That's right, online.
And then I also emailed all of the board members the complaint as well, and I've just never heard from any investigator or any response whatsoever.
Could you get their information?
So in
and
May.
look for it?
I think it was in May. When they said they would not hear the inactive vote challenges, I filed a complaint at that point to make you aware of that.
Alex, can you look those up and send them to the board? What?
Well, we're saying, can they come to you and give you their information? Okay.
How
So-
about this? If y'all would email Alex, give her the specifics on when the complaint was filed, Alex will re-forward them to the board to take a look at. So.
There's also been two from Gwinnett in the last month with serious
Okay.
issues as well.
Okay.
Do you want the executive director to investigate all of these?
Can you email Alex with the date so she can find that?
Yes.
I'm holding in my hand a recognition.
Can you use your microphone?
Mike.
I'm holding in my hand, is it working?
Yes.
A recognition that I have a complaint filed. The number is SCB 2024-109, and it was filed on July it was accepted. It was filed back in earlier, but it was accepted on July the 2nd, and the investigator is Mike Doherty. And I have corresponded with him, but I have not received any final resolution from that.
Yeah, I don't think we've heard a single 24 complaint yet. We're still hearing 20, 20, and 21, and 22 complaints. There's about somewhere between 200 and 300 complaints out there that haven't been heard by this board yet, to the best of my knowledge, so.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes.
make? First, I just want to state that these individuals here are citizens that should be recognized and honored for the work that they're doing. This has been tireless work. They're lending their time and talents, and they're following on the processes that are, while there are laws in place, there's not clarity in processes and procedures. So we're respectfully asking that this body, to help our county election boards to have processes in place and understand them so that they're following uniformly across the counties. We shouldn't have to come here on a Monday afternoon, and the situations, quite frankly, are almost identical with different names and faces in, different counties across the board. This is a systemic problem. Our legislature thinks it's important enough to make amendments multiple times into the law. It is very clear what is written there, but in DeKalb County, they felt that that wasn't clear enough for them, that they had to create their own set of laws. And I'm asking you, as this body, to open an investigation of our board of election members, and how they got to that point where they created quite a comprehensive document presenting it. Additionally, I'm asking for Mr. Henderson's challenges to be heard, and obviously many more, in time for the elections. We're hearing from people individually across the state that there's a lot of problems with these voter rolls, the people trying to get their information correct. The MVP has even admitted when people are calling in for help that the MVP website isn't working properly. Number two, they're being told to call their county election offices. You have county election offices not returning phone calls and are knee-deep in mail that they can't process. We have a crisis on our hands, and this body has the responsibility to do that and respect its citizens to ensure that every eligible voter has an opportunity to vote, while every ineligible voter does not vote on election day or election month in Georgia.
I think, Mr. Chair, I would like to make sure that when we do have this discussion with the board members that do choose to show up, that we allow the complainants to speak during that time as well, and not only hear directly from them, but that we have a open discussion.
No.
Wanted to make a quick comment. Stefan Bartowski from Forsyth was planning to come down here. He had a medical emergency, nothing life critical. He'll be fine, but he wasn't able to discuss his challenges. But I would like you to consider Forsyth as another county that's having issues.
Duly noted. Anyone else?
Clark, let's go Clark County. I got some people in Clark.
We're aware of some other counties as well that are not representative. We don't have those today. I know Chatham has had some issues. I'd like to be able to give you some additional names possibly. But my question would be as to whether or not a letter of instruction would be appropriate, given that we've heard all this testimony. Do you even need to wait till October 8th, or can you just issue a letter of instruction now to the counties?
I'll just reiterate my due process concerns.
I would agree. I think it first needs to be investigated and due process followed.
Yeah, I understand the due process concerns, but we are not in litigation in Cobb County at this time, so there would be no concern about due process and that kind of thing for a letter of instruction to issue. And it would probably also be a good time to instruct them on not charging fees to individuals when they bring these voter challenges. Clearly, the voter challenges are being done because the counties are not doing their maintenance and they're not doing their job. So not only are they getting paid to do a job they're not doing, they're going to charge us for doing what they should be doing. So I would ask that that be added to the letter of instruction, as I understand that that is also on the table in Gwinnett County. And if you don't want to include DeKalb in your letter of instruction because of pending litigation, then you can certainly include Gwinnett and Cobb without that concern.
But I don't think a letter of instruction is what's appropriate. I think if the board wanted to send a letter of guidance or a guidance letter on these challenges, it'd be one thing.
Whichever.
I don't know. It's,
We'd like to see an investigation of our DeKalb Elections Board, please.
well, Member Johnson has asked our executive director to perform an investigation on these challenges. Have fun. Earn your pay.
Mr. Chairman, can the board summarize what your actions are today, please?
What our actions are today?
Yes, for everybody here, because we've had a lot of different public testimony and conversations. So could we just summarize them for the record, please?
Well, so far, Member Johnson has asked our executive director, Mike Cohn, to perform an investigation into these challenges at these various counties and to report back to the board on that. Are you asking this to be an official investigation?
It appears to me that it meets the criteria to, I mean, I think there are complaints already that should be investigated. I don't know where they are,
Well,
but I would like to put it in the hands of our executive director, Mr. Cohen.
So you don't want these to go to the Secretary of State for investigation?
I would like these to go to Mr. Cohen.
Well, that's kind of the chicken and the hen.
I'm just
or the fox and the hen.
clarifying. She
Right.
is, Ms. McCarthy has filed a complaint, as some others have. Our typical course of action in the past has been to send these to Secretary of State for investigation. What you're asking for is that our executive director investigate them in lieu of the Secretary of State's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because the complaints, they've gone through the Secretary of State's portal, and somehow they're still hung up with the Secretary of State. So I feel like if they would have found it as important, they would have taken care of it when they received it. So I do agree with Dr. Jan's recommendation that we, as a board, we investigate.
Okay.
So 21-2-33-1 states, in addition, the state election board, any contested case may be held before any representative of such board who is be held, and the board may have a representative investigate.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the ability of this board to investigate. I'm just wanted to clarify that you wanted the Executive Director Cohn to do the investigation versus the investigators at the Secretary of State's office. So I think in order to just make this fully compliant, would you like to make a motion on that?
Yes, I move that we assimilate the complaints that were heard today from the different citizens of different counties to be investigated for rejection of 230 challenges and instruct Mr. Cohen to investigate and bring a report to the board at the October 8th meeting and proceed from there.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The ayes carry it 3-0.
I'm ready. I want to thank you guys because I'm going to take this very, very seriously. I'm going to go see these people. We'll have some conversations. I appreciate that.
So, Mr. Chair,
Member Johnson?
I make a motion additionally at the October 8th meeting to invite the boards of these counties to attend the meeting and provide information to the board or answer questions as to their policies for hearing challenges, 230 challenges.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hearing no nays, so moved by vote of 3-0.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick clarification. I'm going to call out the counties that I have listed here that I took notes of. I've got Cobb, Fulton, Gwinnett, Clark, of course DeKalb, Forsyth, and Bibb. Is that correct? Is there any others? Oh, well,
You said that first.
that was number one. Not to pick on them, but thank you.
It'll be the responsibility of our executive director to extend the invitations.
Who might extend them to? Board members?
The counties that you just listed.
Oh, yeah, well, I will go visit them.
Well, invite them to show up at the 8th meeting to answer questions from the board pertaining to it. Anything else, Member Johnson?
No, sir.
Member Gazal?
I do want to point out that the next meeting is 1 week before early voting starts, and I do not want to punish or penalize counties if they are simply incapable of sending anyone. And I also don't want to have any adverse assumptions made if they send attorneys for this, because this is an extraordinarily detailed legal analysis of the interaction of state law and the National Voter Registration Act. And sometimes it takes the lawyers to explain it properly and to elucidate their analysis of all of this, because while we do have jurisdiction over whether the procedures of 230 and 229 are being followed properly, the actual analysis of whether or not the evidence that is being presented is sufficient to meet probable cause standards is not reviewable by us. The statute's very clear that that analysis can only be reviewed by the Superior Court, which is where it is in DeKalb County, appropriately.
We hope that we get our case number before October 8th.
Well, I mean, this is an invitation.
Yes.
Only, and so
Exactly.
they're not required to attend. It's an invitation.
As long as that's very
to
clear.
answer questions, yeah.
That they will not be penalized because they are prioritizing the election.
Well, yeah, they cannot because the investigation hadn't been completed.
Right,
and,
exactly.
We can't require them to attend until we have an investigation that's completed, so.
And lastly, I wanted to note that even state law has a 45-day blackout period, which we are already within. So even the counties are no longer able to hear 230 challenges until after the election.
Well, that, I respectfully, these were submitted in the time frames, so that's not fair to these people that have been denied and being denied their voter challenges that were in compliance with the law. So I think something does need to be done on that matter because they're sitting out there languishing. And in my county, they decided to create their own rules of engagement, but the other counties are sitting there unnotified, no challenges, and they have followed the law. So they didn't even have due process, quite frankly.
My concern is over the voters who have not received notice in a timely enough fashion to be able to ensure that their voter registration is updated, because we have the voter registration deadline coming very, very quickly.
There's tens of thousands that are out there, ma'am, with all due respect, on both sides of the coin, and you are risking our elections being compromised because of ineligible voters possibly voting into outside of their jurisdictions and eligibility.
Yeah, I mean, purpose of them showing up on the 6th is just to hear their explanation of what they're doing and why they're doing it, and to inform this board of that. So the board can't take any action until a proper investigation has been completed. And then you have to give them notice to attend and defend themselves, and it's just procedure that we have to go through. We can't spank somebody at this time.
There's a lot of spanking need to be going on.
That's what my mama says.
Get out that wet noodle.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Pardon me? We have a request from Member King to take a 5-minute break.
To use the restroom.
All those in favor for a comfort break signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
We gotta find Rick. Rick will be in class.
I saw him run down the sidewalk out the window.
Thank you, Ms. McCarthy. Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Okay.
Jackson County is another one that somebody
I have good news and bad news. Call the session back into order. I have good news and bad news. The good news, well, the bad news is we're not finished yet. Yeah. The good news is that we'll be moving several items on the agenda to the October 8th meeting. So the discussion of the SEB Vice Chair, discussion of SEB communications with the county superintendents, and the report of the Executive Director will be moved, without dissent, will be moved to the next board meeting on October the 8th. The executive session, that is item number 7, will be removed from the agenda altogether. And so the last 2 items on the agenda are the report on the monitoring team for Fulton County 2024 general election and adjournment. Yeah, it is. I'm just not talking into it. All right. So next item on the agenda is report on the monitoring team for Fulton County 2024 general election. The board has asked me to report on the current status of this. I have reported on the previous meeting, in previous meetings, everything that had occurred date-wise. At the request of the board, I met with the chairman of Fulton County and the Fulton County attorney, presented 2 options to them for alternative monitoring teams. One was recommended by Dr. Johnston, to where each member of this board would select 2 members for a monitoring team. And then one was the recommendation by member Jeffries that a board be put in place that consisted of 5 members recommended by this board, 5 members by the Secretary of State's office, and 5 members by Fulton County. And so I presented both those potential proposals to the chairman of the Fulton County and Fulton County's attorney. She said that she would take them to the board. My understanding, I did not attend this, my understanding was that their board met. The board decided to confirm or reaffirm their selection of the Ryan Germany team and send it to the Board of Commissioners for approval. And the Board of Commissioners approved the Ryan Germany team to be their monitor for the upcoming election. So, and I say Ryan Germany team, which includes a lot of different individuals. So that is the latest update on the Fulton County monitor situation.
I think we're...
But let me turn these on.
I know we're going to have discussion about this. I'm completely opposed to the Ryan Germany team. I think we made that very clear. So I am interested to hear, I know Dr. Jan had a recommendation of what we can do going forward, and so I'm going to let you speak on that, of course, and then I will save my other part for after you're finished.
Dr. Johnson.
Well, thank you. The agreement at the decision about SEB, the case 2023-025, was to implement a monitor team for Fulton County for this election that would be mutually agreed upon by the State Election Board, the Secretary of State, and Fulton County Board. There has been no mutually agreed upon monitor team. And the Fulton County decided, or BRE decided on its own to move on with the Ryan Germany team, which is disconcerting because I have received over 1,000 emails opposing the Ryan Germany monitor team and the Carter Center. So as has been discussed before, for various reasons, that team is not desirable or acceptable certainly by me and and I suspect others on this board. However, they have moved along and apparently awarded some stipend or funding for this team to Mr. Germany. And I believe there are people that are already in Fulton County election warehouse or office at this time. I would recommend that the state election board appoint each member, have the opportunity to appoint 2 people each from the alternative proposal to add to said Germany team, whatever the monitor team shall be called, and that the state election board vote on a lead person for that monitor team. Mr. Germany can certainly hold the money in his escrow account, but the lead person on the team should be appointed by the state election board. I would recommend that we, if we want to discuss this or have a conversation with the chair of Fulton County Board of Elections, that would be acceptable with me. Otherwise, we could make this decision and give them 3 or so days to agree to it or not. And if they don't agree to it, then we'll consider other options.
Member King?
No, I agree with the motion. I'm with it. I think we should move forward with the motion that's on the table.
Let me clarify one thing. So you want each member of this board to select 2 members off the alternative proposal, or for each member of this board to select 2 members each off of the alternative proposal, which means that that's almost everybody on the alternative proposal. And which alternative proposal are we talking about? Are we talking about the one that Fulton County considered or the one that was later submitted?
There were 2 proposals. One was presented by Ryan Germany for a monitor team, and the other was presented by Christine Probst.
Well, there was one previous to that, though, that Fulton County considered.
I don't know about that.
Well, you gave it to me. I mean, I sent it over there. It was the one that, it was,
Well, that was withdrawn.
okay, well, that's the one they considered at their board meeting, so that's the one that was sent to them, so.
I mean, I'm okay with
Okay.
pulling from that one.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I'm okay with pulling from that list, the one that
Well,
they
it
considered
was
that Dr.
changed because there were
Johnston-
some people on the first list that didn't make the second list.
Correct. Same for the Ryan Germany team. The persons that were listed as potential team members on both proposals changed from initial presentation to either acceptance or not.
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify that you want to pull members off of the Christine Probst proposal. Okay, that's all I'm trying to do is clarify which list you wanted to use. And would it be then 2 members from each board or just 2 members total off that list?
I think the intent is each board member will have the opportunity to select 2 people from that proposal, that monitor group plan. You don't have to pick 2 people.
We have the option to do that.
But you have the option to pick 2 people. So Ms. Gazelle can pick 2, Ms. King can pick 2, Mr.
Okay.
Jeffries.
A maximum of 10 people.
Correct.
Okay.
And that we will decide who would lead that monitoring team, the whole monitoring team, including the Germany team, everyone. We determine who leads that team.
Any comments from other board members?
Can I clarify, is this a proposal that you are going to take to the Fulton County Board, Mr. Chairman? Because
I'm not sure yet.
I'm not quite sure I understand what authority you're operating under here, that we're suggesting that we're operating under.
Right, I mean, the punishment, so to speak, came from this board. So the authority we have is to continue and carry out what the punishment says. And it doesn't say that they get to pick the team that monitors them.
Well, first, it was not punishment. It was, and second, the discussion was that the parties would agree. And
Right.
there was not, it was never, we don't have the authority to force this. And that has been made very clear by the Attorney General, that we don't have, first, it should never be punishment to have a monitoring team. The point of a monitoring team is to provide a third-party witness to make sure that processes are being followed. But we cannot force the county to accept it.
Was this decision not a part of the letter of reprimand?
No, it was not.
So this is something completely separate. It's not because of the issues that were found in Fulton County?
It was a voluntary agreement. It was not part of the
And the
letter.
voluntary agreement was that they work with us, right? Not that they come up with their own list and then vote on it and make that the list, like make that the team.
The voluntary agreement was that we would agree together. The process by which that agreement would come to fruition was never explicit.
Okay, but it was determined that it's something we would do together.
Yes.
Okay.
But again, it's voluntary.
Was that in writing? Do you have that in writing, that that was a separate agreement?
Was it part of it was never part of the letter.
So how can you say it was just a voluntary agreement?
Because that was the discussion and that's what the minutes of the meeting reflect.
No, the transcript that I read, that this most certainly was a part of a response to their, to the letter of reprimand and what was listed in that letter of all the errors and the mistakes that were made, and that's why they're being monitored.
I'm not
Correct?
disputing that.
Okay.
But what I'm disputing is that we actually have any statutory authority to force them to make changes to what they have undertaken.
Well, the agreement was a mutual agreement, so they are not compliant with that agreement. They have defaulted on that agreement. And this is part of the whole issue with this case, 2023-025, and the whole discussion about whether there's any resolution to that. And there's not resolution, and the investigation is still not complete. And this just adds more fuel to the fire that this has not been handled well. So Fulton County needs to get its act together and consider this. If they don't, if they want to live up to the bargain that they agreed to. I'm sure Mr. Verveer can contact the chair of Fulton County and arrange for a meeting if that is the desired approach, and do an excellent job with negotiating with Fulton County and encouraging them to live up to what they agreed to.
Dr. Johnston, I was wondering, why not just ask them to show up at the October 8th meeting so that we can have this discussion regarding this monitoring team, regarding why they don't want to work with us, why they're rejecting every person that we submit, and why it has to be the team that they approve? Would you be opposed to having them show up to the October 8th meeting to have this discussion?
We
can invite them.
Yeah, Janelle, I mean, Ms. King, you know, time is of the essence, and the desire, actually, the intention was to have this agreed upon by July. It was not. It was agreed that this team would be doing preliminary work in August. It did not. Also, the agreement was that at the time in May was that in lieu of referral to the Attorney General, this accommodation would be made. And this has not worked out so far. And so I think we need to not just let it go or let it ride or let the Ryan Germany team, which has over 1,000 letters of opposition, carry out some monitoring that we don't know what it is. I haven't seen a thing in writing. I haven't seen a proposal. I haven't seen a memo. I haven't seen an update, a report, or an intention of what they're doing now or what they're planning to do next week or the next week. So this is not satisfactory so far.
Well, the Germany team's proposal was sent to members of this board.
Yeah, and we opposed it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but we have received the proposal. We received it, it was either late June or early July. It was sent out.
Right.
I sent both of the proposals to the board.
But what's going on? They have people down there. I don't know. I mean,
Yes.
there's no update. There's no phone call. There's no letter. Maybe Miss Adams knows. She's on the board.
Go ahead.
Press your button. There you go.
Is that working?
Yeah, you're in. You're on.
It's working? Okay.
Yes.
So we did have the Carter Center come in, and the way I understood it was a little different than the way the chairman presented it. But the Carter Center came in and gave a verbal presentation on their expanded role with the Ryan Germany team. And I kept asking if we had anything in writing about this because it was just a verbal explanation. Actually, on the agenda and what the chairman had called me about sounded like a separate monitor team presentation by the Carter Center. And that's what I thought they were coming in to do. But then when they came in, they were talking about that they were part of the Ryan Germany team and their expanded role. And it was just a few minute presentation that it wasn't very substantial. So I'm not sure what the Carter Center is doing in this proposal. And I will note that at the Board of Commissioners meeting, when they went to get approval for the $99,000, I think it's $99,600 for this, there was mention of a couple people, and I really don't remember the names, and I'm sorry, I didn't know I'd be asked about it. But their proposal has changed people-wise as well. There was a person or two that was not going to be able to make it, and I really apologize that I don't remember. I know there was one lady that was taken off of it, and I believe a question mark about one of the gentlemen on it, but don't remember the name, sorry. That wasn't my meeting, I was just watching it.
Should we call an emergency meeting to meet with them sometime next week in order to find out what's going on? Because at this point, it sounds like this is not even the team that we thought they had. We don't know what's going on. I mean, were they untruthful to you as well, Mr. Chairman? When you spoke to them, you were under the impression that it was the Ryan Germany team, and now it's an expanded team and some other people that may be on it?
No, my impression was that Ryan Germany is putting together a team that would involve the Carter Center.
So you haven't seen who the team is?
From the Carter Center?
Or at all? I mean, regardless of whether they're adding the Carter Center on, I mean, we should know who these individuals are, right?
The only thing I saw was the original proposal, and then when Mr. Germany made his proposal before this board, and I learned that like Senator Balfour was going to be on it, and I, you know, but besides that, I haven't seen anything, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would it be maybe productive if we meet with Mr. Germany and we have a discussion with Mr. Germany about putting 2 people of each member's choice onto the team?
No, we can certainly ask to meet with anybody. I mean, it's, you know, it's,
Right.
yeah.
I think if we, perhaps you and I could arrange a meeting with Mr. Germany and work this out.
Okay, yeah, I have simply asked or acted as a facilitator for the presenting proposals. I mean, I received proposals from both groups. I sent them to Fulton County, I sent them to members of this board, and the proposals that came from yourself and Member Jeffries, I made that to the chairman at your request. I did that, and so that's been my sole involvement in this at this point, so. I mean, if you want to meet with Mr. Germany, I can certainly call Mr. Germany and ask him to meet with this board. I understand that the emergency meeting, I'm not sure.
As long as you
Yeah.
and Dr. Jan meet with him and we get a report back, that's fine too, as long
Yeah.
as it's before the October 8th meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Let's do it.
So I will call and Mr. Germany and see if he's willing to meet with us. Do you want me to call the chairman of Fulton County and see if she's willing to meet with us?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I will call Mr. Germany, I'll call the chairman. Is there anything else that I need to do at this point? I will make those calls tomorrow. Okay, I'll make those calls tomorrow. Is there any more comments coming before this board? Any more questions? Please say you want to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn.
You make a motion, we adjourn? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those approved signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This meeting is now adjourned.